Hello there. How y'all doing? Hey there, Blaze. Such soothing music. How are you doing? But, so, like I said, things might be a little touch and go today, because it rained. And one reason or another, I wish I knew why. I, honest to God, wish I knew why. But whenever it rains, for one reason or another, the breaker that my PC is plugged into tends to trip. I don't know why, but it does. It's a thing that happens. It's gonna need to get, I'm gonna need to fix it at some point. What was that from? What was that from? Blaze. That was from the Divine Network itself. That is a reminder of what we stand against. A reminder of the voice of God that threatens to stamp out all free will and create an empty universe of dead souls and extinguished ego. That's what that was. But anyway, so like I said, that's why also we're not really doing much in the way of, yapping and so on. Cause I don't know, like I said, I don't know how long things are gonna be working for. And I am not looking to tempt fate there. So I want to make sure things go as smoothly as possible, and we get right into it. Try and get right into it, because otherwise, well, like I said, if that breaker trips, I'm gonna disappear, and then we're gonna have to raid out. So I don't know how long that's gonna last for. We'll see. We'll see how long that goes for. You know, why isn't it connecting? Why isn't it recognizing the controller? Okay, that's a problem already. Let me just restart the game real quickly, see if I can get it to work or not, because that was unusual. Give me 1 second to do that. Let that, just like I said, just restart that for one real quick. Let's see if I can get it to recognize my controller or not. Because it seems like sometimes, not just this, that seems to happen occasionally. For one reason or another, things just don't recognize this controller plugged in. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. Like I said, just had to restart the game real quick. Now that we have, it's all working as it should be. So let's see, we had just beaten the inspector last time around, so we have no reason to go this way. And we got this for our trouble, but I still think this is better. Overall, it's a little bit more finicky, or rather, requires more skill to use correctly. But I do think the parry is a better thing, is still a better choice than the flash step we got from the inspector. Just because, among other things, it has such a strong counterattack. So when we successfully get a parry off, hey there, Chumbussy, how you doing? If I disappear suddenly, a circuit breaker flipped. Like I was telling Blaze earlier, if I disappear suddenly, a circuit breaker has flipped, my PC has gone dead, and that tends to happen. Well, she lost a bet. At least according to her, that's why she has the name set that way. She lost a bet. Flipping as in selling it or switching to the other side? Flipping as in selling it or switching to the other side of the record? shit. Switching to side B. Which album, if you don't mind me asking? Which album is it? Cause, not Radiohead, but on the subject of records, I did recently get a really good one. So, I think like last month or so, I got a really good one. In Rainbows. I don't think I've listened to that one. I haven't listened to much Radiohead, to be honest. But I actually got one that was like, it was really good recently. Called Tactical Neural Implant by Frontline Assembly. It is absolutely, it's like I said, absolutely fantastic. Especially, I think it's the second or third to last track on side B. I think it's like the third or fourth track on side B. Called Gun. That is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic example of late, early to mid 90s, mid 90s industrial that has just a fantastic vibe to it. If you ever want to try, if you ever want to listen to, I don't know if you've ever listened to that kind of music, if you ever do want to like get an introduction to that though, it is definitely one of the albums I would recommend, especially that song. Another one thing I would recommend as well, in that sort of style, that's more recent, in that sort of, like goth industrial styles music, is Ada Rook's Ugly Death Frontline Assembly. They're called Frontline Assembly. And the album is called Tactical Neural Implant. Like I said, fantastic, just synth pop industrial album that has just a really great vibe to it. Absolutely. It's also just absolutely the kind of thing you would hear in a late 90s goth club. It's the kind of music you would expect you would hear in a late 90s goth club. Below is the sewer town. Seems bottomless. Do I really have to jump in? Looks like we do. Here we go. Whee! Let's see how hard we land. Huh. Not a bad landing. Okay, so we just showed up. Okay. Well, let's see where this takes us. The other album, I was gonna say, the other album I recommend, by the way, aside from that, is a more recent album. It came out in 2021, I think. So, obviously, much more recent, but still has a great vibe to like that. A really, really good, like that harsh industrial vibe. Harsh industrial, but still danceable vibe to it. I don't know if it's still, hard, like, still very, like, not like, it's not like Throbbing Gristle or early Einsters End in a Mountain, where it's barely music and it's just a collection of raw, harsh noise. But the other one I would recommend is, like I said, came out 2021. Ada Rook's Ugly Death, No Redemption, Angel Curse, I Love You. Absolutely fantastic album. The second track off of it, 999, 999999999 in a Dream. All caps, by the way. So the number 9 times in a dream is, again, it's the easiest way I could describe that song is it's very similar to the way I described the soundtrack to the game Metal Eden. I'm sure the name of the game. It's the way I describe the soundtrack to the game Metal Eden. The vibe of it. Of gunfight in a goth club. It has that vibe to it, and it's super, super good. Ooh, we also have this. So now we have Jade and Emerald. What are we gonna get next? Diamond form, and then it's just gonna be like, fuck you, you can't hurt me, Jack. Is that where we're going with this now? Is we're gonna get diamond form? It's just gonna be straight up like, you can't hurt me, Jack. Oh my god. These things are basically fodder for us now. Like, see how quick that died? I remember when, like, in the early game, just that those things were actually really dangerous. Attention. Due to recent earthquakes, multiple pipe breaks have occurred in the surrounding channels. To prevent the overflow of mud and the emergence of the void, the sedimentation tanks will be temporarily closed. Please proceed to collection sites 3 and 8 to collect mud on your own. Even the nanomachines have nanomachines. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, considering what the mud is... by all evidence we have, yes. Quite literally, yes. Game? Shit. The game literally just tabbed out for me for a second. I don't know why. I have really no opinion about Anthony Fantano, Chabusi. That's how I feel about Anthony Fantano. It's like, he exists. That's my entire opinion of Anthony Fantano. He exists and he is bald. Beyond that, I really don't have much of an opinion of the guy. You know, he exists, he is bald, he makes videos about music. Okay. Really don't have an opinion on Anthony Fantano. Ooh, pure crystal. Yeah, brown mud is just gray goo with added oxygen. Oh, you're just saying it's rust? It's just, is that what you're saying, Nuker? Is that it's just rust? Shit. Ugh. If you don't get it on the first swing, if you don't get it, such as the inevitable fate of iron. Yeah, I guess. Yes. Steel rusts, flesh rots, ego persists. Ooh, a Joy Division record would be good. A good Joy Division record. That would actually be really nice to have. Especially, which album was it? Which album was it? It's the one that has like the spectrogram on the cover. Which fucking album was that? That's how I always remember. It's the one that has a spectrogram on the cover. I have to look to see which one it was called. Was that Unknown Pleasures or Closer? That was Unknown Pleasures. Okay. Yeah, I know. A really good high quality pressing of unknown pleasures would be really nice. I mean, most people who know New Order, to be fair, at least until recently, at least until Metal Gear Solid 5, most people who heard of New Order mostly knew of them because of the remix of Confusion used in Blade. So to be fair, you're not in bad company there. Ugh, it needs to be so sloppy. Flinching too early. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. God. Even when I had the parry, I flinched away because I expected that I was going to miss it. Ugh. Ian Curtis. Ian Curtis is an interesting person to have a massive crush on. It's the only thing I can really say with it. Ian Curtis is an interesting person to have a massive crush on. The guy's... Even discounting the fact that he's been dead for going on 40 years now. That's not even why. That's not even why. Oh, fuck, there's two of you. Get lightning bolt. Oh, just pulling the Roy Mustang snap on them and watching the damn. Okay, those guys are tougher. Worth noting. Oh, I love doing that as well. I love the Roy Mustang snap, and I mean, really though, more so than that, I love the fucking Captain Levi flip. It's such a good move. It's partly because he cheated on his wife. It's partly because, like I said, he's been dead for going on 40 years. And also just because he was, well, to put it simply, just in general, a bit of a character. He was a character. Ooh, got him with the lightning at the end there. Over here as well. Let's see if we have anything here that would be a better usage of this space. Not really. Okay. Woo! Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. That was sloppy. That was very sloppy. You know, I do wonder, actually, if that's why he ended up killing himself. Because I know that a lot of the time when people do end up killing themselves, there is, like, a hidden medical condition involved. That, even if they're getting treatment for it, the treatment isn't working. I do wonder if maybe that was, like, a contributing factor to why he ended up killing himself. Was that his seizures were so bad that and nothing was working to treat them. Because epilepsy is a bitch of a disease to live with. An actual is a bitch of a disease to live with. Because you never know. It's like somebody might try taking a photo of you or whatever, and that might just kill you. Because that's the day you have the big one. You know, the big one, the grand mal seizure. That ends up with you either, you know, like biting your tongue off and bleeding to death, or something similarly horrific Let's see now, where do we need to, oh, there's a branch there. That's where we need to go. That's where we need to go first, is here. Fix the branch, and then we use the branch. Also, let's see if we can enhance any of our weapons now. Ooh, we can enhance one of them. But none of these though. And again, because we have a lot of luminous diamonds, but no luminous carbon, which puts us in a very awkward position of we have stuff for high level enhancement, but not really for lower levels. We could also get one more tiny resonance. We could get this up to level 2, and that would be pretty useful. Ooh, actually, more recent than I'm also, do you know what is a band I would honestly say? If you really also like Joy Division, if you like Joy Division, that also reminds me of another band. If you haven't listened to them, you should absolutely give a listen to. And you may have heard at least one of their songs already. Molcha Doma. If you've never listened to Molcha Doma, you should listen to Molcha Doma. Or if you've only ever listened to that one song by them, Sudna, you should give the rest of their stuff a listen. Itaji is a really good album, but the more recent one, Dijen Znaje Što Ja, Belaya Palasa. The first track is called Dijen Znaje Što Ja. The album is called Belaya Palasa. Belaya Palasa is a fantastic album. Woof! But yeah, Belly Up Balasa is a fantastic album. Along with, like I said, that one, that album, I think my favorite tracks off of that, like I said, are the first one, DJ Не знаешь, что я, the title track, and, ooh, what else was on that album? Because I don't want to mix it up with songs from Itaji because they're both fantastic albums. They're both fantastic albums, especially, like I said, especially Belly Up Balasa, the more recent one. That has some absolutely fantastic tracks on it. I have to go look now. I have to go look to see what the other song which songs are off of which albums. I have to go look to see. Itaji obviously has Sudna, the song that is a musical version of a poem by Boris Rigi. It also has Na Dnie, which is really good. Kletka. Kletka is actually probably my favorite song off that album. Now that we're actually talking about that, I think Kletka is my favorite song off that album. And then Belly Up Balasa has the title track, which is really good. The first track, DJ Не знаешь, что я. And then off of side B, there's another track. There's a track on side B that I'm trying to remember that I really like as well. I have to go look at the track listing because I have it on vinyl, but I don't remember the names of things. So I have to go look to see which one it was. Was it 3 or was it Nevdvoyam? It was one of these two, but I forget which one. Nevdvoyam. Okay, yeah, that's what I was right. It's Nevdvoyam. Yeah, so those are like my 3 favorite tracks off of Belly Up Balasa. Nevdvoyam, DJ Не знаешь, что я, and the title track. Oh! Ah, shit. Got me right while I was in the middle of casting. So, gonna have to move our way. They can be very good. So not necessarily a biopic, but Trash Theory. I don't know if you ever watched Trash Theory. They have a bunch of really, really good videos on the history of musical styles. Like, for example, their video on the history of industrial music is fantastic. Their video on the history of industrial music is absolutely fantastic, for example. It does a great job of laying out both its origins as musique concrète in the late 40s through the era of throbbing gristle and the anti-music aesthetic of the 70s and early 80s to how you know, I'm trying to think who all will they say was involved in that. Oh yeah, to how Trent Reznor, Nivek Ogre, you know, how 9 Inch Nails, Skinny Puppy, Front 242 were all instrumental into breaking it into the mainstream. Like I said, just a great video on the history of industrial music. Anything over here? No, it doesn't seem like it. Does not seem like it, so let's go over this way. Oh, nothing there. Those aren't breakable. Let's see. Oh, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Okay, so we can go that way. But also, there's stuff down here, and I want to get the stuff. Assuming I can. Doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to from this side. At least not without operating some kind of mechanism to move that out of the way. Alright, want to make sure I don't accidentally do that, because I have done that way too many times at this point. Accidentally piercing myself when I meant to parry. Oof. Ah, shit. I have done that way too many times, accidentally piercing myself when I meant to parry, and it could be so uncomfortable. Control, or the one with Daniel Radcliffe, Love and Mercy and Maybe Respect. Okay, Love and Mercy and Maybe Respect, if that's the whole title, that is a fantastic title for something about Weird Al. That is an absolutely fantastic title for something about Weird Al. Okay, it's two separate movies. Woo! Okay, get out of their way because they're gonna explode. Ah! What is about Aretha Franklin? What is about the Beach Boys? Ooh, speaking of the Beach Boys. Speaking of the Beach Boys, the Smile Sessions. The Smile Sessions are a fantastic little dive into what could have been with the Beach Boys. With Brian, you know, if Brian Wilson had not had a nervous breakdown whilst trying to write that monster of an album that never came to fruition, Smile. Like, Smile was going to be an absolute monster. Smile was an absolute monster of an album that, you know, it led to Brian Wilson having a nervous breakdown. Brian Wilson having a nervous breakdown. It was so, you know, it was just so domineering over their life, over their career at that point. You know, after Pet Sounds, and how, like, after Pet Sounds, they wanted to try and make something that would basically one-up the Beatles' White Album. Ooh. Woo! No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Come on. Oh, got him with the parry! I knew it was doable, I just hadn't done it up to that point. That feels really nice. I will say that's like one of the things about this game I've been really enjoying is the way parries feel. Particularly the timing on them being earlier than, say, Lies of P, where you have to parry against the impact of the swing rather than the swing itself. Ah, flinched. Flinched there. Or that you start the parry when they swing. Compared to another more cheesy biopic about him. Steve Jobs, I feel like, is one of those people that's impossible, not impossible, but very hard to talk about in any sort of objective way, just because he has such a cult of personality around him. It's very difficult, or even, you might even say impossible, to talk about Steve Jobs with any sort of objectivity. And I think that's really unfortunate because there is a lot to say about him that is very interesting, but if you're even like the slightest bit critical of him, you'll just be dismissed out of hand. That was beautiful right there. That was a beautiful parry right there, though. Also, speaking of respect, something I think is, it's been pretty well discussed at this point, so it's not like some great secret of the universe. I still think it's quite interesting, though, that the song Respect, that, as we all know it, is a cover. I forget who the original is by. But, yeah, that song is a cover of... I forget who, like I said, I forget who it's by, but it's a cover of, I want to say, a Motown band from the... Who was that song originally by? Otis Redding. So, it was originally a song by Otis Redding from 1965, and then the Aretha Franklin version came out in 67. Yeah, you found it right as I did. You found it like right. You said it right as I found it. You said it right as I found it. Yeah, it was originally a song by Otis Redding, and then Aretha Franklin covered it, which is the version most people are familiar with. I have a feeling that if I try and go down there, it might end up killing me. That feels like a death fall. I don't know why it does, but it feels like a death fall. Wait, I can go this way. Okay. Because I can land on that pipe, and then I can land, then from there, should be able to take another fall that's a little bit safer. I was right! We can, in fact, make it down here. Hey, do y'all remember the first boss of this game? Because I remember the first boss of this game. Sorta. Whoa! Ah, shit. But now we know how to go down from there now. Now we know how to go down from there. We have to go down on that pipe. Because that other place is probably a death fall. I mean, even if it isn't, we can always test if it is or not. I just realized that. I need to stop doing that. This isn't Time Stranger. That's not the button for... That's not the button to open the menu. That's the button to heal, and I need to stop doing that. Also, for whatever reason, I have the strangest thing that comes to mind with the song Respect, with the Aretha Franklin version of Respect. And a lot of it has to do with the bit towards the end, the bit towards the middle, where it's just re. Like, because of that part, I just ended up just being like R-E-E-E-E, found out what it means to me. R-E-E-E-E. So just make it from respect to re. For whatever reason, that was like a thing that started popping in mind for. flinched. Like just changing, like I said, changing it from respect to just re. I think a lot of it had to do with that had to do with that bit in the middle, you know, re. Cause I can just imagine that. I can just imagine the version of that is just re. God. Whoa! All right, let's try that again. Shit. Some mom was trying to remember and she hears the phone ring being like, yeah, that's it. It's like, oh God, that's another song that occasionally like just, you know, sticks, you know, pops up like fucking brain rot. And yeah, it's exactly for brain rot reasons is the thing too. That one Bad Bunny song, you know, Neverita, and it's not even the whole song. It is literally just the bit that everybody made the shitpost about. And it's specifically a Licorice Recoil edit that somebody made. That always comes to mind. Ooh! Can I get him with the lightning? Now I can. It's like, I don't even know what I said. And it's not even the lyrics. It's because I don't remember the lyrics for it even. It's just the tune, you know. And like I said, it's specifically this Licorice Recoil edit of it that I saw like forever ago. It is specifically this Licorice Recoil edit of it I saw forever ago is the one that always comes to mind. What even are the lyrics for that part of the song? I have to look now to see what the lyrics are there. I don't want a translation. Oh yeah. Yo te puesto pa ti, yo estoy puesto pa ti, y tú te me quitas, diablo que piquete la chamaquita, el corazón lo puso en la neverita, dice que este ven. Yoko Ono is weird. Yoko Ono is weird. I'll say this much. Never let that woman near a microphone, even if you're trying to explain it as being like, you know, oh, it's traditional Japanese music or whatever. It's like, no. Never let that woman near a microphone. Her visual art, on the other hand, can be very interesting. It can actually be really interesting. Also, like the moment she's famous for, that was an act of pure narcissism. That was not artistic expression or that was an act of pure narcissism. The moment she is infamous for that everyone points to was that the description some people have given of that is absolutely accurate. It's one of those cases, like you said, of proving the critics right. That was an act of pure narcissism. That was, I am special, I am amazing, and I am going to do, and I need to show everyone how special and amazing I am, even though nobody asked. And that completely, that is like just, that is just going to completely destroy any effort you might have to build up an artistic reputation. That kind of narcissism, particularly at the expense of other people, even if it had been good. The moment where you know, it's the Chuck Berry session. It's the Chuck Berry session where she grabbed a mic and started doing something into it. I don't know what it was. I don't know what she was doing to the mic. It may have been like, you know, just noise. It may have been some kind of like chant or whatever. but it was an act of pure narcissism. And I feel entirely justified in calling it that. Woo! You got a long combo! You got a long one! That's what I say. It's the one that it's the moment she is infamous for. It's the moment that turned everyone against her. And on some level, it was, you know, the fact people did turn against her like that is deserved because that was an act of pure narcissism. That was an act of pure narcissism on her part. And trying to pretend that it's not is just outright strange. Oh no, John Lennon did that. John Lennon did that. Yeah, no, she didn't break, you know, she may have contributed, but the primary perpetrator was John Lennon. Let's just get that out of the way right now. The primary culprit of that was John Lennon. And it's entirely why her and John Lennon were such a perfect couple, is they were both massive narcissists with egos the size of Jupiter. That's why they got along with each other so well. They were literally united in narcissism. On the subject of Beatles songs that I don't think people think about enough, is the outro to Want You Bad, and how a lot of that ended up being kind of like foundational. That section of the song was almost like foundational to the early days of metal, which is not an association you make with the Beatles, right? Most people, when they think of the Beatles, they think of, you know, kind of happy-go-lucky songs like Here Comes the Sun, Octopus's Garden, etc., right? But then you have, you know, things like the outro to Want You Bad, which is proto-doom metal. It is proto-doom metal. Pure and simple. It is like the foundational roots of, you know, the stuff that Black Sabbath and so on would develop later. Like, just listen to the that outro riff, you know, bow, 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 dun, 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 na, 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 bah. You know, actually, I'll pull it up for you so you can see exactly the section I'm talking about. It's so uncharacteristic for what people think of when they think of the Beatles. It's so uncharacteristic of what people think of as the sound of the Beatles. And I mean, the whole song is wildly different than most people's initial impression of Beatles music, right? Like I said, most people think of something that's got more of, you know, like I said, that sort of, that cleaner sound. Try to pull up the beginning of it so you can... This part right here is just, it's a fascinating musical artifact in terms of, like I said, the early origins of doom. Is this riff right here. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not gonna play more of it because yeah, I know. I'm not dealing with their lawyers. I'm not dealing with their lawyers, but just to like, just even just discussing it tends to bring them into play, which is annoying as hell. Woof! Yeah, it's slow and nasty and not at all what most people think of when they think of the Beatles, which is what, like I said, one of the things that makes it so fascinating. Because you can hear, like, if you think of that as sort of like the roots, right? Is that outro. And then you come on to something like, for example, California by Church of Misery. You can start to see the connection. Even though, you know, California is a song from like 40 years later. This is a song from 40 years later. You know, California or Funeralopolis by Electric Wizard, both really have just this, they have the sound of them that you can see the link, is the thing I'm really getting at here. And it's super strange, like, again, like I said, it feels strange. Like the intro riff to California. This part right here. It's got this disgusting swagger to it. And then the end as well. The end even more so. This part right here. It's like the end of California by Church of Misery or Funeralopolis. The opening to Funeralopolis even more so. The opening to Funeralopolis even more so when you get to the part where the rest of the band comes in alongside the drums come in and so on alongside that really low, menacing, you know, that slow, menacing riff that you hear at the beginning here. One of my favorite bass riffs, by the way. It's like you can hear, you know, you kind of hear it under the guitar. This is a fantastic bass riff. Towards the end of it, there's a section where it speeds up that's even better. But let me like pull us forward to the part of the song I'm talking about, where it gets really nasty. That as the rest of the band comes in, and you obviously you can just tell right there. That's also where there's a pedal that this song is famous for. There's a pedal this song is famous for, which is the Boss FZ2. I think it's the FZ2. Forget if it's the FZ1 or FZ2. It is a very famous fuzz pedal, though. Yeah, the FZ2. The Boss FZ2 on its second mode. The second setting of the Boss FZ2 is a big contributor to the very distinctive sound of the guitar in that song. And you can just feel the moment right there, with, like alongside the of, you know, the slow exhalation after taking a huge bong rip. Because, I mean, it is a stoner song through and through. It is a stoner song through and through. Because, like, there's in the background of the intro, there is just cough, you know, there's coughing all the way through it, and then right there, you get that long, slow, almost like whistling exhalation after somebody's obviously taken a huge bong rip. Shit. Completely missed every single one of those parries. But like right there, you can actually tell that is like the moment where they engage. That's the moment right where they engage the hyper fuzz, and it is such a gnarly transition. It is such a gnarly transition, and it's so good. It's so good, but it's also a sound that does not happen without Want You Bad, which is, again, strange considering what people mostly think of when they think of the sound of the Beatles. The kind of music that most people think of is so different from songs like Want You Bad, where even when they are talking about something, you know, that's kind of taboo, they would typically do it in a very almost like masked sense. And then this song comes out and it's just openly this down-tuned, sludgy, like I said, proto-doom sound. Woof! It just feels so out of character. Or is it really, you know, it's so outside of your expectations that you're just like, wait, that's a Beatles song? You have that moment of, wait, that's a Beatles song? Bullshit! And then of course, yeah, it turns out it is. It turns out, yeah, that ending riff, bow, 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 da da da, da da da, da da da. That is not only a Beatles song. That is not only a Beatles song. That is a song from Abbey Road. That is a song from Abbey Road, which makes it even weirder. That makes it even weirder. It's a song from Abbey Road that comes right at the end of side 1 and is immediately followed up by Here Comes the Sun. Just to make things even weirder. That song comes after that song is sandwiched between Octopus's Garden and Here Comes the Sun. Just this song that seems like just be out of fucking nowhere in terms of the sound of it. It's like, and again, like I said, feels so alien if what you're expecting is the song immediately before or after it. Woo! Shit, missed it. Pull back. Heal. Whoo. Ah, shit. Didn't realize there was gonna be that fourth attack there. Ugh. That's what I was gonna say. It just feels so out of place. Feels so out of place when, like I said, you're coming off of Octopus's Garden, and then immediately after that slow, nasty, dare I say, probably down-tuned, which, given the time period, is probably extra strange. People are just getting used to to that sort of sound, and then you go and, you know, to the sound of songs like Here Comes the Sun, which is still considered was considered kind of even a little transgressive by the standard at the time, and then you go from that, no, not even Here Comes, you go from Octopus's Garden into Want You Bad, and that outro that feels like something from 20 years later. It feels like a song from 20 years later that you would hear at the end of like a Sabbath, you know, I mean, sure, like Sabbath was getting started around the same time, but not 20 years later. You know, like, some of you hear like 10 years later at the end of a Sabbath concert, not in the middle of a relatively early, if I remember correctly, Beatles album. Because what album was this? Oh, it was the 11th. Never mind. Never mind. This is actually really late. Who the fuck? I am completely fucking wrong here. You know, the second to last Beatles album. The second to last Beatles album has something that you would expect to hear at the end of a Sabbath concert. Not, or off of like a Sabbath album. Which has just gotta be so strange. For people who aren't expecting that. Ugh. Two of those big dudes, shit. Not the big dude, two of the fucking scythe dudes. Ugh. Ah, that's too much of a fall. Okay. That is too much of a fall. But also, an ad break is starting, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, etc., now's gonna be the time to do it, and I will see y'all once it is over. back. So, where were we then? Where were we? Oh, sorry, we're trying to get past that. Trying to get past that same sections where we were. But we know the path now. That's the good thing, is we know the path now. So it is a pretty straightforward approach. Assuming we don't fall to our death like we just did. Anyways. Because it seems like that happens with an annoying frequency. All right, let's try. Actually, let's give this another try. I want to see actually how well this works. Ah, fuck, we fell. Okay, so not good in this kind of space, purely because we fall. But once we're down below, it may actually work out kind of well. Something to think about. Once we're clear, this jackass, that might be worth trying. Bye. Oh yeah. Definitely useful. Definitely useful once we get down here. Just yeet ourselves away and leave them with an exploding clone. I wish it did more damage. Is the thing. Only thing is, I do wish it did more damage because it does. That is like the main reason why I tend not to use it. Is it does feel kind of weak compared to, like I said, the parry. I said, the parry feels a lot better just overall because of how much damage the riposte does. And like I said, I don't want this to do quite as much damage as the parry does because that's really fucking strong and should be a reward for not flinching. Oof. Like that right there, right? See how much damage that does? Pull away. That should be, like I said, that should be sort of like, you know, the reward you get for parrying successfully is that it does like super meaty damage. But I do wish some of the other moves were a bit better, is the thing. All right, that's one down. Remember, there's gonna be a second one over there with it though. So we don't want to deal with those as a set, as a pair. There is something funny though. About them being able to reposition so quickly. Ah! There is something very funny about being able to reposition so fast. Even if I do feel like it is just a bit underwhelming in some regards. Being able to reposition that quickly does feel really satisfying. Even if the blast feels unsatisfying. Oh, got him on the second one. Okay, good. Whew. There we go. Tough sumbitch. Yeah, you're a tough sumbitch. Why are you so durable? That's what I want to know. There we go. One down. There's gonna be a second one over here now. Also kind of curious what they're guarding. Please tell me it's just these two. Ah! All right, Chumper. Let's see what you get. Let's see what your role is, shall we? What do you get? You roll. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're very lucky indeed that you chose that redeem and not the other one. 'Cause, you just rolled a 1. You're very lucky it's just the die and not the other one. 'Cause that was a 1. You actually managed to roll a 1. That's a little concerning. Ah! All right, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Because we actually did so well last time around against that guy. We were getting, you know, multiple parries after another. We're not positioned to be able to use the stab, unfortunately. But that feels really good. Just getting the multiple parries off like that feels really fucking good. Fuck. Okay, I did the thing again where I accidentally... use a heal when I meant to open a menu. Hate when that happens. There we go. All right, let's go see what they were guarding anyways. Hey, Parasitas! Thank you for the resub. 27 months. Jesus fucking Christ. What are you even doing? What are you even doing? Seriously. What have I done to deserve this? But anyways, yeah, no. Thanks for, again, thanks for the resub though. Actually, while we're here, do I have another portable spell like that? And do I have a decent quantity of them? Oh, I do have portable lightning orb. Actually, really nice. Oh, that just murked him immediately. And there's gonna be a second one there, and we want to deal with that because they're gonna distract us from the big guy. Now we're gonna use them to soften them up. And get their attention. Shit. I thought they were gonna jump there. There we go. Pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. Basically the second phase of the first boss. Fuck! Ugh! And that also went through almost all of our portable lightning, which is going to be annoying for getting through the grunts that are surrounding that boss. Thankfully, I only have to deal with the two. Because that other one is just... That other path is completely unrelated. So we can ignore them. So we go down here like so. Like I said, completely ignore that group over there. Whoa! Did not realize we had aggroed you, though. That's gonna be an issue. Three, four. Lightning bolt. Bitch. Woo, okay. Takes care of those. Takes care of those. And then we lure you over with a lightning bolt so you're alone and away from your buddies. No. Again! God! When you get the parries right, it feels so nice. And also, you know, even when you fuck up the riposte like I did right there. Console key. Oh, we do need that. Okay. Use to activate the sedimentation tanks. Soil for Delpha. Ooh. Quagmire, which is a seal for fire defense. Okay. Anything else of interest here? Oh, fuck. That's not good. Ooh, but we have the console key, which we needed from down here. We needed the key from down here. Now we just gotta figure out where to use it. Now that we have that key, we can turn on the sedimentation tanks, which should let us reach through. Thank you for that, by the way, Parasitas. By the way, if I end up disappearing, It's because it rained earlier. And for whatever reason, when it rains, like immediately after, like afterwards, immediately, you know, for a little while afterwards, when it rains, the breaker that my PC is connected to tends to trip. I don't know why. It just does. And so something that needs to be fixed is what it is. What it is, it's something that needs to be fixed. It's kind of annoying though, but it's kind of annoying. Like I said, whenever gotta do it right as the glow comes up. That's right. Okay. Gotta do it right as the glow comes on. Because of the animation time. Stream froze after I said, by the way. It's still good on my end, which is fortunate. But that is a concerning sign to hear about, to see. That is a very concerning. That's a very concerning. Well, no, we're not doing Digimon today, actually. We're not doing Digimon today, partner, unless I accidentally forgot. Unless I put the, no, I didn't. Okay, good. I didn't put the category wrong. You did have me a little started there for a second. I thought I put the category wrong when you said it that way. I was like, oh no. Did I put the category wrong? No, I'm all right there. I'm all right there, because I know I've done that. Yeah, that is kind of what I suspect, unfortunately. That is kind of what I suspect is the case, Parasitus. Is, like you said, that particular wire is, the insulation is compromised, or water is getting to one of the connections, and as a result is causing a short. I kind of suspect that's the case, unfortunately, although I don't know where it would be. Asking you to work extra hours this and last week so the days are blended into each other. Oof. Are you at least getting paid extra? Because I all remember, you do get overtime pay, good. That is the thing, it's like... Woo, okay. So we can ignore that because we've already gotten whatever's over there. Now we just gotta figure out where this key goes. That's gonna be the interesting part, because I have not yet found that. I show that wherever it goes, once we use it, it's gonna start the tanks up, and then we'll be able to move through the tanks, which we couldn't do before, because they were turned off. Because they're turned off. That elevator's off, so we can't go that way. There we go. That's what I was trying to do just now. Oh, that was uncomfortable. But we got him. All right, so then we're clear of those two. So now we can go up these stairs. Let's see where these take us. Hopefully, closer to where we need to use this key. Ooh, luminous silica. All right, more high-level weapon upgrades. not bad, but not really what I'm looking for right now. And oh man, that floor was fucking with me. I thought I was gonna have to jump that. I thought I was gonna have to jump that, and I was gonna be really annoyed if it was gonna be a death fall. It did not look like there was a floor there. 20-sided die. Interesting. Hey, Danny. I talked to the merchant who was here last time, and something's definitely sketchy about that doctor. He put in prosthetics for you and the Gray family, but only charged you half the price, even including the fees for amputation and bandages. Do you seriously think anyone in the world can be that generous? And Gray said he saw that doctor asking about everyone's address. Worried he's up to something shady. Let's just say we should be careful. Oh, this looks like a console. Do I use the key here? No. What about here? No, not there either. Okay, parry stab. And again. And lightning bolt to finish him off. Excellent. Now I'm wondering how I got over there. Because I just realized this puts me on the other side of that barrier we couldn't cross earlier. Which leads me to suspect we're also getting close to where we need to use the console key. Okay, we cannot cross that gap. So let's go through this. Let's go through this hallway, see if it leads to where we use the console key. Okay, that's the note we already read. Parry stab! Ooh! Okay, so those are actually a much weaker enemy. Worth noting. Wait, have we been here before? How weak these enemies are, I'm getting a feeling we might have been here before. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this feels like an area that we went through in the very, very early game. I'm starting to wonder now if that might be the case. Well, there's a new branch here, so maybe not necessarily, although it might be connected. Let's check. Yes, it is connected. Okay, so Sewer Town was the area from the very beginning of the game. This is just a different section of Sewer Town. That's why it felt familiar. Wonder why this area felt familiar. Well, I know the answer why now. You know, you say that, but no, really, this is not the poison swamp. The poison swamp was the dead forest that we ran into earlier. That snap is so good. Ah, we had the wrong thing. We had the wrong thing equipped. Damn it. I thought I had the parry set up, but it was it's the one that does piercing on ourselves. For, you know, then we get extra damage, but we get extra damage. That is a little odd, actually, now that you mention it. is a little odd now that you mention it. Oh well. It's actually really odd now that you mention it, that the swamp and the poison zone are like two distinctly different areas, which goes against every expectation you have. You think of the, you know, Miyazaki has programmed everyone to associate the two as being connected to each other. Ooh. No. I said no. Sit down. Ooh, do you have any? Do you drop anything? Yes, you do. What is it? Luminous diamond, 3 salted mud balls. Okay, actually kind of useful. I should put those salted mud balls back in my inventory. Now that I'm thinking about it, cause they are a secondary heal, which is kind of handy to have. Let's see what this is. Adaptive fragment. Okay. Nothing I particularly care about, but hey, it was worth looking over there just to see if it was anything good. Oh, we can also go up these stairs now. Just realized we can go up these stairs now. See what this leads to. A door. And a very weak enemy. A couple of very weak enemies, actually. Okay. Oh, this is where we use the key. Covenant Sewer Town. Oh, this is for Cayenne. Okay. Mini bomb, and then we use this here, and that turns on the tanks. All right. Not necessarily sure how that'll help us, but they're on now, so that's something. You said Sewer Town, you expected the little shit zone to be, you know, you didn't expect the poison zone to be a rainforest. It doesn't seem swampy enough, I get it, yeah. What's this? Stability, this is a seal, okay. Can these be broken? No. So then let's come back around this way, back down the stairs. Now that we've cleared that out, let's go see what this obvious boss arena is, shall we? So back around this way, use the branch before we go forwards. Actually, don't just use the branch. Let's see if we can do anything else here real quickly. Upgrade, we can. Let's put one into life. There we go. It really does. It's like that is such an obvious fight pit. It's like, I know what's going to happen here as soon as I step into it. There it is. Told you I knew it was coming. making me flinch. Time to fight off 1,000 rats. Apparently not. Apparently not. Not 1,000 rats. Just one really big one. Just one really big one. Although, God, that armor set looks cool as hell. I would not mind having that armor set. Oh! Okay.
Hey, what a surprise. We meet again.
Miller. What's this place?
Some sort of factory, perhaps? Who knows? I got
Yeah.
trapped here by that guy, too.
Who is...
It's me. But I'm guessing that guy is another blader like us.
Why would a blader capture us?
You want the answer? Then we'll have to find a way out first. Suspended in midair, unable to teleport and
Suspended in midair, unable to teleport, surrounded by molten iron.
Do you know a way?
Of course. I've been.
But what?
The escape plan. Breaking out of this cage is easy, but if we jump right here, you'll plummet into the molten iron below.
Yeah.
So now, we need to move this cage from its current spot.
Your friend's laughing
See
at you
that rail
because
up
you're
there? Our
apparently.
cage is hanging for time to walk it up. If I'm right, that rail will reset.
So,
No need for that. Simply put,
So let's see. I know. Your friend is laughing at you because apparently your golden retriever personality having ass got excited about the coming back to streaming. So you sat in their channel for 30 minutes until you reread the tweet and saw you're about a day early. Oh no. What if railgun? Feels like it's gonna be a trick
there are
shot.
many ways, but even if you
like what?
see that drop when it shoots, you
I see.
let me know when you're ready. Are you ready? Please.
Yes, let's go.
Go ahead.
There's the drone. And that takes care of the platform. Excellent. Excellent. Down we go. And we're out. So are you coming with me or are you gonna stick around here?
See? Let's split up for now.
Now where's the giant library? I don't know. We're gonna find out though. Oh, these guys are completely unarmed. Okay. That works for me, but okay. No. What are you hunched over looking at? Whatever, die. Why would they have a failsafe in the crane? Probably because it's repurposed equipment. That's why, Parasitus. It's probably because it wasn't originally designed to hold prisoners, but was instead, like I said, part of some industrial equipment. And so it was one of those things that they designed it that way for like the workers and the workers this factory was originally designed for. That's probably why. Also, this factory kind of reminds me. And it's entirely because of all the molten iron. Entirely because of all the molten iron. Reminds me of the intro section of Nier Automata, where here you're going through, like you said, you're going through the giant old factory, and the soundtrack for it is absolutely fantastic. It's got a really cool Ghost in the Shell vibe to it. What is this, and what does it do? Record 0002. You know very well that they're no match for Necros. The investors won't waste their money on this pile of crap. So the deal's off, I presume? No, not at all, Mr. Normand. The deal is still on. It's not these products they're interested in. It's your innovative mind. One of our partners in Black Iris has proposed a new project for you. And if you're interested, just get to the point. He wants to use the Necros against themselves. Heh. Why don't you leave these wild fantasies to the school as the Century Project? Well, I'm just acting as a go-between. Whether they're wild fantasies or not, you might want to hear more details from him directly. But in my opinion, you don't really have the option to decline the offer, do you? If you want to save your factory from bankruptcy, this is your last chance. Weird French animated series. The name is Pipoudou and the Super F Friends. 2 seasons. French animation is weird sometimes. Like, it can be really good. See, like, Wakfu. But it can just be strange sometimes. And this definitely sounds like it's on the strange side. The question, of course, is it good strange? That's the real interesting thing, is it good strange, or is it just strange for the sake of it? Exactly, Duker. Code Lyoko was strange in French, and it was good. Especially the opening, which, that opening will never, that opening will always just rip. I think it was, or at the very least, the director was French. I don't know if it was made by a French studio or not, but I believe the director was French. And yes, at least one fetish per episode.
Must be opened from the other side.
Definitely, yeah, absolutely. At least one fetish per episode of Totally Spies. It was like a rule almost. Gotta remember, these guys explode! Oh, these guys just explode on purpose! Which means we can take advantage of that! Excellent. More luminous silica. Okay, anything else here? Doesn't seem like it. But also, now that we know how those guys work, we can deal with them so much more easily. Alright, cross over this way. Oh, hey, the sword guy doesn't... Oh, no. We were just looking at the wrong part of the room. I was gonna say, oh, hey, the sword guy doesn't respawn, but then I remember... I was gonna say, oh, he hasn't respawned. But then I remember we're looking at the wrong part of the room. See if we can get around to this guy, backstab him. Ah, shit. The little pauses before the attacks are fucking with me. That's because not every attack has it. So you don't know which ones to wait for. Woo, okay. Well, that takes care of him. Let's see if we can get around towards that gate. That's gonna be the real thing we need to do here. Open that gate so that when we die again, we don't have to traverse this whole path. The old man gives his underwear to a pervert to get easy passage through this room. The same man that got the shit kicked out of him later by half the group. Oh yeah, I know. His constant, like, I forget his name off the top of my head. I forget the name of the old guy off the top of my head as well. But yeah, no, he was interesting. I also remember there's the bit, like you said, there's a bit where he's like talking about, I'll double my offerings to whatever god, and the response was 2 times 0 is still 0. That was another moment that always stuck with me. It was him just getting absolutely, you know, getting absolutely ripped, you know, absolutely ripped on with that. I can't seem to link it. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Just iframe all the explosions. Excellent. All right, put you down on your knees and then get killing. A little too early on that parry. Too late on that one. It's kind of weird. There we go. All right, that takes care of you. Oh. Okay, and now it's Necros. Including one I have not yet seen. Kind of reminds me of something from GTFO. Yeah, that one with the there. Program the attacks and windups to be like force players. The thing is, that just kind of goes against game design, and at that point, it becomes kind of pointless. Is the thing. Because the entire thing with being able to predict the timings is to establish game mechanics. And so basically completely disregarding anything that lets players build that anticipation and understanding of how combat works. Just feels like difficulty for the sake of difficulty. Exactly. That's exactly right, Nuker. That's another way. It's like players are just gonna completely avoid combat at that point because you've done something that creates difficulty for the sake of difficulty rather than an actually interesting combat loop. yeah, no. Caleb's Bazaar is actually really good. Caleb's Bazaar is very good, Dr. Anime. Although I don't think I finished it. I don't think I finished Caleb's Bazaar. I started watching it, I got partway through. I don't know if I ever finished it. I was gonna say, Jesus Christ. If they close that door on me, I was gonna be pissed. All right, run through. Kind of ignore all of these guys. Kind of hyper-focus the big one, actually. I'd hope they start fighting each other, but I guess not. You completely avoided playing in the black because you won your first mission with a positive KD and still lost money. Ooh. Ooh, that's rough. And yeah, no. That is definitely something that... Okay, that is something that is kind of sketchy if that's actually a consistent thing that can happen. Like, if it's like a one-time fluke from an early... development state, that's one thing, right? But if that's a consistent pattern, that's concerning. Oof, okay, we're through there, good. We can thin them out before the big guy. That'd be really nice. Ugh! Camera there was not helping us because I was trying to stay away from the big one. You made a discussion post, the developer response is basically functioning as intended. Ugh. That is concerning. That is concerning, to say the least. Because it does make me wonder how the game economy is going to end up working if that is functioning as intended. The thing is, even if you're going to do that, there needs to be some level of predictability to it as a thing, Macaricitas. Because otherwise, like I said, if there's no predictability to it, then you aren't going to get the response you're thinking you're going to get. Because you're talking about basically, the way you're talking about this is you want to make enemies, you want to basically make it so the enemies are, you strip away any sort of pattern or predictability from enemies, which leads to the problem I said where you basically, you don't have a combat loop that players can get used to, which starts to come into the territory of difficulty for the sake of difficulty. Which is what I'm referring to. Exactly, like Nuker, you absolutely understand what I'm talking about, Nuker. It makes the combat unfun for the sake of difficulty, or for the sake of being able to say something is difficult. for the performance of difficulty, which just really becomes a very questionable design concept to work around, that I really do have to wonder what the thought process is. Now, if it's one of those things where, like I said, this doesn't necessarily mean that what you're talking about where enemies switch behavior isn't doable. It's just your initial description of it really did feel like how Nuker said. Ugh. Ugh. Spongy son of a bitch. And shifting paradigms is already a thing. That's an idea that already exists. I mean, you're basically talking about an idea that's already done even in simpler games with boss phases, but you're talking about doing it more dynamically. Ugh. I mean, that's doable. That is doable, Parasitus. It's just at a certain point you have to dial it back a bit, because otherwise you're going to end up with something that works kind of poorly. But also, an ad break is coming up, so if you need to stretch, grab a drink, etc., this is going to be the time to do it, and I will see y'all once it is over. back. So let's see, where were we? So trying to get that big fucking necro. That's where we were. But we've got at least, you know, we do at least have the shorter path to work with. So that does simplify things to some extent. So back down we go. Okay. All right, put you down on your knees. Go for the stab. Do it again. And again. There we go. All right, the big one is aggroed. Shit. Okay. Not every enemy will do that, but you want to be more visually identifiable what stance they're in, but you're running into issues where you're red-green weak, and you have to come up with a different idea than making enemies glow different colors. Postures could be, but it would require you to put a lot of work into readable silhouettes, is the thing. So posture can work, but you need to give enemies very readable silhouettes. That's the big thing with that. Is posture can work, but like I said, they need to have very readable silhouettes in order for that to work. See, for example, how this guy, see how this guy's profile is? See how this guy's profile kind of looks? Where he's got the very large sword? The way that they're holding it could be a big tell there, for example. Are they holding it in a high, for example, are they holding it in a high guard? Are they holding it low? Are they holding it in front of them? Are they holding it to the side? Those are things that can be very, let's just say I'm just using an enemy with a sword as an example here, because it works really well for sort of how you can read an enemy's posture to determine their behavior. So for example, if they're holding it off to the side, that could be like that could be almost like a taunting stance, but that also implies that they're going to parry. Because that is an actual thing. It's called, I think it's called Fool's Guard. You would hold it like low and in front of you or off to the side and low. And very much it was a case of you were down here, but you could very quickly whip the sword up in front of you as a parry. So it was very much a taunting stance. Just read that one. And that one, shit. There we go. That's what I was trying to read on him. Ooh! Oh! That fucker hits like a truck. And the timing of them are kind of odd. But also, I also bring up Fool's Guard because it is just such an interesting stance if you've never seen it before. It's also interesting because I saw something recently talking about striking the stones. And how striking the stones was this thing that was apparently so well known they had to have civil ordinances prohibiting it in towns, in like medieval and early Renaissance towns, because it was this like threat gesture that people would do to try and incite fights. And how it's like, you know, this was such a prevalent thing, and it's kind of alien to us because a lot of modern people who do things with swords are often like so afraid of ever, you know, damaging or dulling the sword by hitting it against something particularly hard. Woof. Ugh. But also, it's funny you mentioned like historically, you know, like saying like you want them to use a more historically accurate European sword fighting style. Yeah, a lot of and I mean, you could see that. You can see the progression of that in the treatises we have, Nuker, where you can see swords moving from being a military weapon towards more of a weapon for, you know, rich, you know, wealthy, you know, duels by wealthy men, where you see, like I said, a transition and how swords are used. And a lot of that dirty fighting is something you see in treatises before, you know, what you might start to call like the modern period. And it's entirely because, like I was saying, the transition happens because of what swords were being used for. It's like, are you using this in a war, a military context, or is it a dueling context? And the difference on that really shapes the culture around how you're expected to use that weapon. Ah, yes, Messer, I think they're called Grossmessers or Langmessers, but I know the exact ones you're talking about, like, yeah. Although I think the idea of being illegal to own a sword as a commoner is one of those things that very much depends on where you are, and is less prevalent in Europe than in other places. That was very much a thing in Japan, for example, during the Edo period in particular, where samurai, only people who were allowed to own swords were samurai, and that was mostly not even as a weapon. The sword was more almost like a badge of their office, especially as samurai were being moved from a military role towards a... What's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, towards being, you know, bureaucrats. And like I said, and the sword was more just their badge of office rather than a practical weapon. Like they probably, many of them still trained with the sword as if they were going to fight with it, but that training became increasingly ritualized as the samurai were detached from their military roots. Ooh. Yeah, it's a gardening knife. The kunai is a gardening knife. The kusarigama was originally, well, but they're almost all agricultural tools. Pretty much everything associated with ninjas is some kind of adapted agricultural tool, designed for, meant to be used by spies. In fact, that was like the main role that ninja played, was spies for daimyo. You know, they would be the spies for a feudal lord, keeping tabs on what their rival lords were doing. Yep, exactly, Nuker. Exactly the kind of things, like I said, that a spy could get away with having on them if they were pressured into it. It's like, yeah, this is just, this is my gardening knife. I use this for tending plants with. It's also kind of like how one of the other very prevalent throughout history covers for spies. Like throughout much of history, one of the most prevalent covers for spies was prostitutes. People always talk about, like the Soviets using women spies who would seduce people to get information out of them. That is one of the most ancient forms of espionage. Spies masquerading as prostitutes is one of the most ancient forms of espionage. Oh, you got some reach on you. Okay. Gotta remember that. Ugh. Yeah, utterly common, hiding in plain sight. Actually, that I think is one of the things that I really would love to see, and I'm sure someone has done a really, really, really good deep dive into it. I would love to see like a good deep dive. I'm sure it exists, by the way. I just don't know where it is. Or how to find it. But a really, really good deep dive into the tools of spies during the medieval and early modern period. I think that would be really cool that would be a really cool thing to have a look at. It's like a deep dive into the tools of spies during the medieval and early modern period. Hey there, Jared. We're talking about spies. We're talking about, you know, medieval and early modern spies, particularly in the context of Edo period Japan, and how I would love to see, and I'm sure it exists, a really cool deep dive on their European counterparts. Because everyone who's in a position of power has a need for spies. That is just a universal thing. But otherwise, we're doing all right. What have you been up to? I saw you did the... I saw that somebody copied your quad AC in the Formula Front tournament, by the way. And it did really damn well, too. Like, somebody actually copied your quad in the Formula Front tournament. And it did surprisingly well. It somehow did really well, but also got absolutely bodied by a fucking meme team, apparently. Ugh. Oh, it was just the colors in the radar head? Huh, okay. Bleh. Bleh. One of the things I hate about sneezing like that, whenever I sneeze, it tends to be like really persistent sneezes. So it's not just one, even if they're spaced out. One after another after another. One guy pinged in 5th gen chat because they also did a version there. Interesting. Ah! I'm flinching there. Yeah, that was a thing. That wasn't a war. That was an exercise. That wasn't an actual war. That was a training exercise. But that is exactly what happened. Yeah, there was like fake dating app accounts, and one team during the exercise used those fake dating app accounts to track the movements of the other team. Doing a Master of Arena PvP ladder. You got tournament. You got tournament for starting positions in December 6th. On December 6th. Oh, that'll be interesting to see. That'll be real interesting to see. But also, I'm just going to tell you what I also told Parasitas earlier, Jer. It rained today, and so one of the things that I've noticed recently is the breaker that my PC is connected to tends to trip after it rains. I'm not sure why, but it tends to trip. And so if I disappear suddenly, that's probably why. But after it rains, it does that sometimes. Don't know why, I just know that it does. Technical issue here too. You're just streaming with Tetsu. It got two. Ooh, blue screens. Ah, oof. That's gonna be real interesting for my next PC. So not this PC, but the one afterwards. That's gonna be real interesting to see what the stability is gonna be like for that. Cause the PC I'm doing after this one. So the PC I'm building right now is gonna be a Linux PC, and so it'll be really interesting. Like I know newer versions, like current newer, like more modern Linux distros are better about stability and such, and they actually are like super stable now. But, and I'm also going with one that is basically impossible to get wrong, but still, that's going to be interesting to see how it compares. Especially because I have some thoughts about desktop Linux in particular. I have some thoughts about desktop Linux in particular, even though I'm going to try going over to it, that are kind of unflattering towards it. Specifically that for a very, very long time, desktop Linux was a religion masquerading as an operating system, and it's only recently started to get away from that. And it's still not all the way through that process. Also, really funny, not really. You being a tall-ass motherfucker saved you from getting burns when you accidentally spilled boiling pasta water on your foot. It wasn't enough to hold on to the heat, so by the time it got to your... Oh, it didn't hold on to the heat very well, so by the time it got to your foot, it was cold. That's actually very surprising. I always flinch on that. Oh, we got him there, though. Ugh. Ugh. The flinching is a serious problem that I have, because I don't know what the timings for this guy are. And they're very erratic up to that point. So you feel like, is this going to be an attack? Is this going to be, no, it's not. Is this going to be, no, it's not. Is this, yes, it is. Oh, God. Okay, first gen I can kind of get why. Fifth gen I am very curious as to why that got a new wave of recent players. That is actually very interesting. That fifth gen specifically got a big wave of new players. In other news, not Armored Core, but I got my original Xbox hooked up again recently. And I've got something very special planned for it this week. Ugh. See what I mean? Like they almost like really hard to predict their motion. That's exactly what I mean right there. No, that was the 360. That was the 360 Jer. And that was a very interesting problem throughout the history of that console, to say the least. Although, the original Xbox does have its own problem. Specifically, so I'm kind of lucky that I've got one of that later hardware revisions, but early models of the original Xbox have a capacitor in them that was... Basically, the original Xbox was made during the capacitor plague. And it suffered really badly from it because there's a capacitor, a clock capacitor on the original Xbox on the original Xbox motherboard that on earlier models would basically burst and destroy and break the console. It's something that can be repaired, but it's not easy once it happens. Now, granted, hardware that old, you generally do want to replace the capacitors in general, but it's a much more dire situation with early models of the original Xbox. Oh! Did he, Tetsu? Did he? That actually is really impressive. But anyways, like I was saying, so that is one of the more interesting things about the original Xbox is it didn't have the red ring of death, but it did have something that would take longer to start happening, but once it did was a very serious problem. This game is alright. This game is alright. It's a lot better than Lies of P. I'll say that much. It's a lot better than Lies of P. Lies of P, the parry system in that game just pissed me off. And it's entirely because of when the parry is supposed to be. Although I do still have a really bad habit of flinching, as you saw there. You gotta send your PS2 to repair. It's got a broken reader and you want to see... see if it needs any other touches. Ooh, speaking of PS2s, so I've got a PS2 Slim that I need to test it. I'm pretty sure it works, but I need to test it. But if it does, I want to do there's a mod that people do for PS2s, and it works on the early models of the Slim as well. Most of the time it's done on the fat PS2s, but it also works on early models of the Slim, where you can set it up so that it doesn't need to have a disk drive anymore. Yeah, you put too much power in them, they make a really satisfying pop, yeah. Oh, is that actually what that mod's called? I didn't remember if that was... Is that what that is? Ah. You have it, but it can have compatibility issues. So, I'm not even talking about OPL. I'm not even talking about OPL, although OPL is probably related to that. But I'm talking about as a hardware mod. I'm talking about a hardware mod where what you do is there are some pins on the motherboard of early PS2 Slims. There are some pins on the motherboard of an early PS2 Slim that you can hook up to an IDE, to SATA or IDE. There's a part for this. There's a kit for this that somebody makes, and you can hook it up so that you can then have an M.2 drive where the disk drive would go. You would cut a slot out for that. You know, you would remove the disk drive and then cut a slot out in the disk drive tray, and then you would put the NVMe drive there. And now you've got a PS2 Slim that can load from an NVMe drive, and it's actually really nice. On the fat PS2s, it's easier because they already have the space for an IDE and the actual connector for it for IDE or hard drive, so you can just use a converter on that plug. But in both cases, it ends up being a case of you don't even have to load things through USB. You just have it directly connected to the board. You have a drive just directly connected to the board. Yeah, you can do it with Slims. Although you can't do it with every Slim, only the early Slims, because they made a big hardware change to the Slim later on down the line that removed the motherboard pins you need in order to do that mod. And I'm just really lucky I have one of those early Slims. I also have to recap. At some point, I also have to do a recap on a Sega 32X, not 32, a CDX or a CD32. The little one, you know, the little one that had the CD drive and the cartridge all in one unit. I've got a Sega CDX or CD32 or whatever the hell it's called down in South America that had, it turns on, but it won't read discs it doesn't read discs very well. I don't know if it loads cartridges or not, but it doesn't read discs very well. And so that's going to need to have all of its capacitors redone. That's going to need to be recapped, which is going to be interesting, to say the least. But if I can get that done, that'd be really nice. Because even if I don't keep it, I get it, sell that to someone who will want it. I can make a fair bit of cash off of that. I didn't realize how low my health was there. Oh, that's actually kind of annoying. Oh, that's really lucky. That's really lucky that that's not really a thing there. I hate retro speculation so much. I hate how it drives up the price of everything. And so often, the things that are like super speculated aren't even things that are... So... It's one thing for something to be expensive because it's rare, for example, right? It's one thing if hardware or an original copy of a game is expensive because it's rare. It's another thing when it's like just pure speculation. Like the CD32 is just rare. That's a very rare piece of hardware, specifically working ones. Working ones are rare, and that's why they're so valuable. That's why they're so valuable and expensive, is because you don't see working ones very often, and so there's a lot of value on that. But then there's, you know, all the bullshit surrounding, for example, grading. The whole idea of grading old movies, old games, and so on is just, it's just inherently awful. Yeah, graded cards. Graded cards. Graded movies is the silliest one to me, though, because so often the movies that are, you know, that are graded aren't even rare movies. You know, it's the most, it's, you know, like a movie that everyone and their mother has a copy of, but because it's graded, they sell them for like ridiculous amounts of money. Yes, that is exactly what happens, Parasitus. You send them to someone and they go, yep, that's a card, and then they put it in a fancy little plastic box that says, ooh, this is a graded card and it's worth a lot of money. And everyone goes along with it because that's just how scams work. And grading is an absolute scam. Grading is an absolute scam. It's not as much, okay, so I'll say this much. It's not as much of a scam for cards because cards are fragile and there are legitimately rare cards that if you find one that's in really good condition, that is shocking, that is like surprising and very rare and so on, right? And so that actually has, that actually can have some value to it because it's rare. But so often, stuff that's graded isn't even rare. It's just part of a really, really weird and elaborate speculation scheme. That bloats the value of things that are otherwise just kind of like mediocre in value. That are of otherwise common items. Some of those, some of those, some of those, some of this. Ugh. Too early. And so that's the thing, is like I generally don't have a very favorable opinion of grading in general, but I'm willing to give some graded cards more of a pass than other graded things, especially because grading a card doesn't really interfere with its usability. Because the card is just in a sleeve and it can still be used as a card, right? You just have it in a sleeve and you're like, huh, you just put it down and use it as a card. Movies and games, though, grading inherently interferes with their usability. And basically, you cannot use it for the sake, because otherwise you ruin it as a financial asset, which is just inherently ridiculous. A graded card can still be used as a card. The same cannot be said for a graded movie or video game. You have basically stripped it of all usefulness for the sake of a financial speculation. Yeah, all right. See you later then, Jer. See you later then, Jer. Go enjoy getting something to eat. We got annoyingly close that time. Just the really long delay on its attacks is really annoying, combined with the like twitchy movement of it that makes you feel like it's going to attack before it actually does. It's like the opposite of these guys. We have the very clear signal of what's going to be an attack. Yeah, the whole, yeah. That's the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing I was saying before. This is the thing about grading movies in particular is now that it's been graded, it can't be used. And that's the difference between a graded card and say a graded movie is you can still use a graded card. It's just gonna look a little weird because of the stupid sleeve around it. Whereas you can't watch a graded movie because if you ever dare take it out of its sealed container, it loses all of that grading. And you would have to then get it regraded before anybody who is interested in a graded movie or whatever is willing to consider it as graded. Which makes the whole thing just really smell like a scam. So even then, Parasitus, even then, on like those weird and rare media formats, you're still talking about something where, by having it graded, you are basically making it forever. You know, you've made it unusable. And the entire point of those formats was to be used. So if you've made something unusable for the sake of speculation, that just doesn't feel right. And that's the only reason why graded cards get a partial pass from me, is that a graded card can still be used. It just looks weird. Remember, Necros are weak to fire. Oh, that attack sucks. It's so quick compared to so many of their other attacks. And it does basically the same damage, too. Oh, yeah, no. Grading cards that aren't rare is just weird. Like, even, like I said, I don't have the highest opinion of graded cards to begin with. If you're grading cards that aren't rare, you really are just being strange. Like, absolutely just being strange. The 1990 to 2005 cards, you know, you had some shiny cards in there. Ugh! Too early again. There we go. Too early. So these guys, the signal is very clear with the eye flash, right? And also because they have this very like clockwork sort of movement, which is the exact opposite of these motherfuckers down here. do are just like that. They're just bastards. Like, you get some Q, but then they have so many things in there that are just blatant, that are just feints, that you have to sort through, and by the time you do, you've already been hit. Okay. This is where things are gonna get interesting now. I say that and then immediately die because every single one of their attacks missed me, and then the one that didn't is one of the ones that's just faint, then attack. Ugh. God, I hate those things. God, I hate this fucking thing. Come on. There we go. All right, that takes care of you. Oh, great. And now both of you are aggroed, so I gotta deal with both of you at the same time, which is gonna make this painful and miserable. This whole prison break section sucks. Because it really is just meant to drain you of everything you have. I was like, oh, you want to get to a point where you can actually restock your shit? Well, too bad, you gotta deal with what's basically a mini-boss before you can do so. Kind of a questionably designed section. Not going to lie. And that attack is bullshit against the rest of their attacks. And it's the fact that it does nearly as much damage as the rest of their attacks to the point where it doesn't matter and it's significantly faster than the rest of them. Fuck that attack. But anyways, ad break is coming up, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, etc., this will be the time to do it, and I will see y'all once it is over. still trying to get past this fucking necros where we are. This, you know, and it's the fact that he's so fucking spongy is I think the thing that's getting me. So he has just so much health, so that we do so little damage to him, even on a parry. Is the thing I think that's really driving me nuts about it. Back, 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 back. Lightning bolts. So we can aggro this guy. Then land, switch back over to the flame jet, because that's the one we really want to fight these guys. Fuck up the first parry, because of course I do. Ah, there we go. Then heal. Very sloppy parry sequence there. That was basically... Again, it's those very, very nasty feints, followed by very sketchily done, very kind of sketchy attack animations, where you just don't know when you're actually supposed to parry, which is such a contrast from most enemies in this game. Like, these guys are just fodder. They're easy. They're meant to be easy, right? The parries on them are super obvious. But even enemies less obvious than these, you generally have a good idea of when you're supposed to parry, which cannot be said for a lot of what that big necro does. Like, even the regular necros, barring a few attacks, you have pretty obvious parry windows that are learnable. Whereas this fucker, just trolls you with super awkward timings. Like, that was blind luck. As was that one. Got the son of a bitch. Stone builder. Ooh, okay, that's actually kind of useful. Ah! That kind of sucked right there. It's like trapped in the. I was trapped in the casting animation, and couldn't attack because of that. Ugh. Don't tell me they're gonna put another big enemy right after. Put one big enemy right after another one. Oh. Oh, goody, they are. Although these might be more avoidable. Just looking at their positioning. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case or not, but it looks like they might be. This could also be a stealth section right here. Only one way to find out for sure. Try walking through here nice and quiet. See if we can get through without pissing any of them off. Okay, we've got to go that way. This is now a stealth section. So that we can get through since we're out of heals. Ah! How much would I bet that big Necro is gonna respawn too? How much would I bet that big Necro is gonna... If they don't respawn... Actually, they dropped an item. They might not respawn. They did drop a seal, so they might not respawn. But if they do, I'm gonna be kind of pissed. Let's go see if they do or not. They don't, that makes things a lot easier though. Okay, good, they don't. I'm gonna have fucking conniption if they did. Okay, that's one down. That was not how I usually do that, but it worked, so oh well. Was I stuck in the middle of a heal animation? Is that why that happened? I think that might have been. That one was kind of my fault. That one was my fault, I should say. Not even kind of. That one was my fault. I was stuck in the middle of a healing. Just bad timing all around there. completely fucked up there. I don't know if that was flinching or what, but completely failed on all of those parries. Let's try that again. Okay. Clear that one. Just managed to survive it. There we go. That's that one down as well. And now the stealth section again. Because I really ain't feeling like fighting these guys. It's just a nice, gentle walk through here. So that they don't wake up. Shift chitinous. Interesting. So we'll wait for them to move, to turn around. And then we'll come through afterwards. There we go. Like so. Oh, I forgot they explode. Okay, now we're through that, though. Please tell me there's a branch up here. Please tell me there's a branch up here. Mr. Adramelech, your discovery is quite interesting if nothing else. You already knew this would happen? Well, Miss Lilith knows far more about them than you can imagine. Although their physical structure is completely different from humans, bladers have the ability to imitate all human behavior, including procreation if they choose. And since they imitate humans, their offspring can only be human. But it's still possible for this child to be influenced by mud, right? But who isn't? You, me, everyone here, and all the people in Heavenswell. We all rely on mud balls for survival, don't we? Huh. Interesting.
How is this even possible? A child born from a blader is an ordinary human? The readings don't show any abnormalities. Something must be wrong with those machines.
What machines?
Get to the bottom of this.
What machines? Neutral transformation. Oh, it's another seal. Okay. Oh, I've already read that. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna get in the middle of that one. There we go. And burn. Ooh, is that a door that can be opened?
It's locked.
It can, but I need the key. Okay. Can, but it looks like I'm gonna need a key for it. Where are we gonna get that key from? Steel axes. Stab him again. And again. Let's have a look at these. Obviously, they're not leveled at all, so let's see what their deal is going to be. Seems very similar. Slightly higher strength requirement, but we already meet it, so who cares? Those might be worth giving a shot, just to see how they behave differently. Gonna need some luminous carbon to enhance them, and that's a problem because I don't have much of it to begin with. But hey, if I can find some, that would be maybe worth trying.
It's locked.
Also locked. I wonder if these whole things are gonna be centrally locked. Kind of feels like that might end up being the case with these. For one reason or another, that feels like what we're gonna be dealing with here. No. Ooh, what's this? Luminous silica. So again, more high level enhancement, but not really what I want right now. That was my last heal. So we really need to find a branch now. There's a vending machine. Let's see what you've got. Bandage and patient's clothing. That might be worth something else. Oh, we've got a bunny doll Arissa. A doll that Sydney used to cherish. Another sunless day. Saw that big sister again in the afternoon. She has beautiful red hair. Grandpa never told me who she was. She's always fully armed and wears an unhappy look. Everyone in the ward rumors that she's been helping Grandpa capture monsters. So, is she the one who caught Charcoal? Then she must be skilled in combat, because last time, the man with broken arms told me they sacrificed 7 of them to defeat a Charcoal. If I could be skilled as her, I wouldn't have to stay here all day. If only I could talk to her. I have a very bad feeling about this bunny doll that we just found. I have a very bad feeling about this bunny doll that we just found. Not sure why, but I do. And I have a feeling we're going to find who it belonged to, and when we do, something is going to be very wrong about them. Don't know why, but I have that feeling. So first things first, let's talk to Cayenne.
Welcome.
I found this.
This is the contract auto. They're all people. Here are some.
Thank you.
3 luminous diamonds. Let's see what else you got on you now. What else you got on you now? Oh, you have luminous carbon. Okay. Now we've got a bunch of that to work with. We can actually start enhancing shit. Where did I put those axes at? And then if we do that, is that enough to use not quite 25? Ugh. Let's see. 187, 67, 170, 86. These still scale better. But I kind of want to see what these feel like. Oh! These actually might work out better for me since I am splitting between strength and dex. So that is something to keep in mind. That these axes may actually work better for me in the long run because of how I'm doing my stat split, where I'm not doing a pure strength or dex build.
What do you need, dear customer?
Give
May
you
your
that.
journey be smooth.
Then we go here. We do that. Now we're set to go there. Also, while we're here, do that. And then... Oh, we need to go talk to what's his name over at the campsite about the soil. That's what we need to do. Okay. Underground Parish. Situated in the vast hollow. Okay, so let's go give this guy the soil. Let's go give this guy his soil. See what he has to say about, aside from the usual, that it's heavily contaminated.
Where did you get this soil?
I found it in the depths of the sewer town.
The sewer town. I see. Just 1 minute.
It's gonna be completely unusable. I can already tell for his...
It doesn't work.
Too much mud.
The soil contains too much mud. Here, it's yours. Sorry.
Okay, and that means we go up to 7 heals now. Cultivate the branch. And now back to Sewer Town. Or do we actually go to... We could try this, see what happens if we come back here. Answer is probably going to be we get our ass kicked, but hey, it's worth trying. See if we can go for that rematch. Yep, they're back. Ugh. we go back to the cage now is the question. No, we don't. Good. So now we can just fight this son of a bitch. All right. Got ourselves proper rematches now, though. I'm gonna get through you, one way or another. Ugh! Flinching on those. Flinching on those. Which you need to stop doing. Ugh. I keep doing it early. The timing on that one is weird. Thought I burned through most of the money before I came here, considering how you lose every time you how it works when you die. Ugh. I have a feeling that what he said before about a child born from a blader is going to be relevant to whoever it is that we're fighting right now. Ugh. I definitely have a feeling that's going to be relevant here. I'm not sure how, but I have that distinct feeling. Ugh. Okay, that's just a little strange there. Getting better about flinching, though. Not by much, but I am getting better about flinching. And then I get immediately rocked. So, yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see. Has me wondering what their deal is going to end up being if we find out at all. Ooh! Almost got him down into a state where we can actually go on, you know, go and start actually making the parry, actually doing ripostes. But then immediately get rocked. There we go! Ah, we beefed it. We beefed it right there on that last one. Oh, we could have gotten a second one. The feints again. The feint's coming back to haunt me. Ugh. The tracking on that is nasty. At least I basically don't have to worry about losing anything, though. Ugh. That is such a stressful attack because you're like, when are they gonna do it? 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 Stressful describes a lot of their attacks because it's just a long delay that I just like. Whew. Like, you would think, oh, that just means they're super telegraphed. But the problem is the delay is in a bit of an awkward point. Relative to the attack overall, that can make it kind of awkward to effectively parry. Especially when they throw in super quick ones like that. starting to build an understanding of it, though, of how to watch the animations. It's not happening very quickly, mind you, but it's starting to develop. Ugh. Oh, they went for the fucking knife throw. Just realized those knives are parryable, though. So I should try that. Even though the animation timing on it is going to be a little weird. You do actually get to see their left arm move down if you watch for it. So it's not the worst. But it is going to be a bit of a learning curve on that one. It's funny how attacks with long windups can actually have the exact same problem as attacks with really short ones. Because you end up in a situation where if you have parries, that really long windup means you end up, you know, parrying way too early because you're anticipating it, not really understanding how long the windup is going to be. Especially when you have two attacks that have similar animations, where one has a really long windup, one has a really short windup, and you only realize which one it is partway through. Because they have the same starting animation. So that puts you in a bit of a panic state. Kind of what's going on here is, I mean, that's exactly what's going on here, especially because the ones that the attacks have a really, really long windup, kind of screw with you. Like that right there, that is such a quick attack to try and avoid, or worse, parry. Oh, the timing on that is super awkward. Oh! That quick strike is gonna be the death of me, I can tell from here. I can already tell from here, that's just gonna be the death of me. It is useful that those two do have cues you can kind of listen for. even if the timing on them is a little strange. There we go. Ugh. Starting to get somewhere, though. We're starting to get somewhere. We're getting more consistent with some of these parries, as well as deciding which ones are worth parrying. But this is definitely going to be a slow boss. Definitely going to be one of the slower bosses we're going to be dealing with here. Compared to that other guy, compared to that one that where, you know, I just ended up parry, and just whoop his ass. Like, that one was funny. Little too late there. Just a little too late on that one. Ugh. Come on. This should be more doable. There we go. Too late. So worried about, so focused on not flinching that I go too late. Do I even have anything that would be usable here? I do actually. Have some things anyways. Not necessarily particularly useful, but I do have some things. Let's give it a try. Oops. Ugh. Completely beefed that. Okay, yeah, these are not worth using here. Okay. Yeah, these are not worth using here. Worth noting. This kind of is. I don't know how much damage it's going to do, but... don't want to be so close when they do that, because otherwise we're not going to have time to parry. Worth keeping that in mind. You want to have some spacing on that. I feel like that's going to be like the gist of this fight in general. Is just have some spacing. Because otherwise that happens. Too early. You gotta remember, it's only that last one that actually hits. The others are just a feint. So there's no point. Lala! Hey, thanks for the raid. What were y'all up to? What were y'all up to? We're dealing with... Oh. Hey there, Mex, how are you doing? Is that explaining? Oh, Stardew! What were y'all doing in Stardew? Hey there, yes, Lala Raid. What were y'all up to? What were y'all up to? So, you called me Furo? A soul bound to the corpse of a soul bound by high-level necromancy to the corpse of an angel. And typically most of what you're gonna see around here is gonna be mostly flight sim, mostly sims, Souls-likes, those kinds of things. But, and also, if you need to raid and run, I fully understand. Don't worry if you need to raid and run. Your viewers are in good hands.
I'll take great care of them.
Let's see then, where were we? All right, yeah, where were we on this boss? Oh, ow. Ah, too early. No, I still need to get strings. On the other hand, I have not yet gotten a new G. I've not gotten new strings for the 5-string bass yet. Oh, that's another thing. I have been for the past like 6 months or so. I did start playing bass about 6 months ago, and I do that sometimes on stream along with another thing I do sometimes as well on stream. Actually, let me pull it up for y'all right now. Another thing I will do sometimes is stuff with modular synths, and this is just an example of some of the stuff that I've been doing with that, just to show you for a quick break here. Just a quick break here because this boss is pissing me off, and also because we're gonna be going into an ad soon, unfortunately. So yeah, ads every, like 3 minutes of ads every hour to avoid. Yeah, oh, bass, yeah, oh yeah, you remember I was talking about bass strings before, but the mechs. Yeah, that still drives me nuts. But, just to show y'all what I mean when I talk about a modular synth. So, this is VCVRAC, a program that lets you kind of simulate a modular synthesizer, which is super, acoustics are rough too. But so this is a modular synth. Let me make sure the audio is also set up for it. There we go. And so all of this right now, I'm gonna run you through what all of this is. So this is our master clock that runs everything, and everything is timed off of it. Then we have our drum setup over here. We have a pair of 909 bass drums, CR78 drum synth, tom synth, and hi-hat synth. All of that feeds into this mixer along with these 3 oscillators, which produce our tones. So we have this one, Treasure, and the Bog Audio VCO. All of this is controlled by these 3 right here, which are basically which are called Turing machine sequencers, which take the clock and then on that clock signal generate random values, both pitch control, which is the green wires here, and gate control to trigger the drums, as well as control this VCA, which is the gate for the 3 oscillators. That all of that then feeds into here. This is the mixer, and then that feeds into, actually no, the clock stuff feeds into this filter, which then feeds into this envelope generator, which is being controlled by this low frequency oscillator with its 4 different waveforms controlling attack, decay, sustain, and release, which then all that feeds into this VCA, which then feeds into the mixer along with the drum mixer up here, and overall creates something that sounds like this. Oh shit, y'all can't hear it, I just realized. See if I can fix that. Real quickly. No, it's still not feeding in, huh? Kind of annoying, actually. Actually, really annoying. I don't know why it's not feeding in. It should be, is the thing. That's not doing anything. Ugh, this is a little annoying. But also, unfortunately, while I'm gonna try and fix this, an ad break is about to start, so if y'all need to grab a drink, stretch, etc., now's gonna be the time to do it, and I will see y'all once it is over. figure out how to get the modular to, I figured out how to get VCP to capture, unfortunately. So as much as I would have, like I said, I would have liked to show y'all the stuff I've been working on, it seems like it really just doesn't want to, which is annoying. Because I was actually kind of hoping to show y'all, like, specifically, the sort of the sound on that. Magikarp can't swim and he's literally a fish. Okay, that is actually a bit of a surprise, Dr. Anime. That is actually kind of surprising now that you mention that. That is strange. Ugh. Bad parry. There we go. Ah, fuck. Should have parried there. Okay. Woo. Come on, we can get this. We can get this. Yeah, I would love to actually. I would love to actually, Lala. So, what was your first guitar and what was interesting? What was weird about it? Ah, fuck. Whew. Oh, the long wind-up on that. So what was your first guitar and what was going on with it? Obviously, like you said, you play an acoustic. You play an acoustic, so that's going to be completely different than what I'm used to. I was going to say, though, acoustic strings on an electric guitar, they are weird, but they look really good with the phosphor bronze. So your stepdad was a cheapskate and bought your first guitar because you mentioned wanted to try it. Bought an acoustic with a cracked neck. Oh no! Oh no! I think I see where this is gonna go. And you got used to that cracked neck. So the first time you played a guitar that didn't have a cracked neck, it just felt weird as hell, didn't it? Oh, he did a dad fix. I'm guessing that consists of gluing the crack closed, or is it something even sketchier than that? Pop the screw right there. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, pop the screw right through the neck, and you had to walk around with a screwdriver to keep tightening it. So acoustics don't have truss rods, I'm guessing. Cause that's the first thing I thought about putting a screw through the cracked neck. Your poor guitar teacher was so upset seeing it, it sounded awful. Oh, I'm guessing, because that's the thing that's actually kind of confusing me now, is I'm just thinking about how you would get the screw through without catching on the truss rod, but I guess acoustics don't have truss rods? Because that is my first thought about putting a screw through a cracked neck, is how are you going to avoid hitting the truss rod? But if acoustics don't have a truss rod, that would explain it. Let me check. Now I need to know, do acoustic guitars have truss rods? Some of them don't. Okay. So some of them don't. Huh. Ooh, back. Ah, fuck. Oh, too late on that one. It was thick enough that it didn't penetrate through and through just enough. Yeah, I'm guessing it was like a guitar that didn't have a truss rod. I'm guessing it was a guitar that didn't have a truss rod, and like you said, it didn't go all the way through to the fretboard, so it did kind of work even if it was weird. Ah, too early. Too early again. Ah, I keep doing it too early. Poor guy was put out of his misery. It fell and hit the edge of a music stand and snapped clean through. Separated the neck from the body. Ooh. Ooh, and that's not a bolt, and that wasn't a bolt-on neck, was it? That was like either a one-piece thing where the neck was also part of the body, or it was like glued into the body, wasn't it? Again, I'm used to electric stuff, so that is kind of... So acoustic stuff is like all just a completely different world to me. Acoustics are just like a completely different world to me. You just know Screw wasn't fixing it. Yeah, that'll do it. Might have also just snapped the neck instead of just, you know, so that the part that came off was just was the neck breaking rather than the neck and the body section separating. Ugh. You were in guitar class? Oh no! Oh, that sucks. It was right in the middle of the class when it happened. Oof. Right at the beginning of the class, I mean. Ugh, too early. Ah. Just a little bit too early on that parry. Woo! But hey, Stepdad felt bad and took you to Guitar Center and bought you a $100 Fender that you... Ooh! That was a good time to come out of that, yeah. All's well that ends well, I guess. Oh, sloppy. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. Super sloppy, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so I have two basses. I've got a 4-string Ibanez that I got a really good deal on from a friend. And then I've got a 5-string LTD that right now, like I said, has a broken G string, so that needs to be replaced. But otherwise, sounds absolutely fantastic. It is just so much fun to play. And both of them are. Both of them are absolutely great to play. But there's something about that low B string. I can see why people love 5-string basses so much. Especially when you tune it down to A standard and you're playing like Korn. For example, the chorus riff from Got the Life. Actually, no, Got the Life in general. It's just a fantastic track. The amount of strings you snapped is worth the busted one. Definitely got superior tuning. Yeah, a friend of, like I said, so the friend that I got the Ibanez from, he is a professional guitarist, and we were actually talking about that after the string on the 5-string, after the string on the 5-string popped, and he was talking about, yeah, no, going back and forth between tunings is gonna put fatigue on strings, and thank you for the follow, Lala. That's just like one of those inevitable things, is if you're changing tunings a lot, you're gonna put fatigue on the strings, which is why it's really nice when you have enough instruments that each one can just live in its own tune, in a specific tuning. But also, that is really one of those things that you gotta have quite a few of them to be able to do that. You gotta have at least 3 or 4, like, just for like 5 strings, I would need to have like 3 5 strings in order to be able to do that. And this the 5 string on this was $500. So that's $1,500 in instruments to not have to retune. And I think I'd rather live with the possibility that I might fatigue a string than do that right now. I'm not at the point of having, you know, individual separate instruments so that each one can live in a specific tuning. I get why you would do that as a professional. I am not a professional. So I can live with just having strings break, at least for now. Because I'm not gigging or anything like that. But also, one of my favorite tunes, obviously you can tell I'm talking about the 5 string, probably my favorite tuning. And while I wouldn't have it, like I said, I wouldn't have an instrument I don't like having the instrument living in that tuning, even though I like it a lot, because there's a lot of stuff that's awkward to play as if it's not in standard tuning. I really love just dropping down to A standard because of just the rumble you get from that low string in A. From that low A, it's so good. Like, if you ever go listen to, I mentioned Korn, right? If you ever go listen to the bass line for Got the Life, there's a really good cover of Got the Life that lets you hear what that bass line sounds like. And the verse riff in that in particular is, first of all, super intense. It's a very physical song to play. It's not very technical, which is on the plus side. But it's a very physically demanding bass line to play. Which is probably one of my favorite things about bass, is that it's not like a super, unless you really get into like virtuoso stuff, it doesn't demand as much technicality as guitar, but it's got a lot of physicality to it, which feels really nice. Too early. But that physicality is just, it feels so good because you are just whacking those strings. Like you whack the shit out of bass strings typically. And it can feel really, really nice. Actually, I just realized a way to actually capture the VCV that I can do here real quickly. We go there. And then we do this. And then we go to Reaper. No, we have to have Reaper open for that, actually. Shit. So let me just open Reaper real quickly here. And now that I've opened Reaper, it might work. Obviously, VCV, I don't have the pro version of VCV that lets you actually have it in the DAW. But having, you know, Reaper open might just make this work. We're gonna find out together. If it does, that'd be really nice, so I can actually show you what this sounds like. No. That doesn't work nearly as well as I thought it would. Trying something here. Hold on a second. See if I can get it to work. Because I would really like y'all to see what this sounds like. Is the thing. Oh no, OBS crashed! So, give me a moment. OBS just crashed, so I'm gonna have to restart. There we go. We should be back now. We should be back now. Assuming everything has worked. Although, I just realized y'all can't see me, which is interesting. One moment, I want to try something real quickly here. I just realized y'all can't see me. Now y'all should be able to see me again. Okay, now we're back. Sorry about that. OBS crashed. Like I said, OBS crashed, which was kind of weird, but we're back now. So everything should be fine. Everything we're doing here to try and get this to work. All right, yeah, good night, Lala. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for the raid. Okay, that's all still set correctly. It's just not coming into OBS. It's not coming into Reaper for whatever reason. We'll try another thing real quickly here. We do that, and then we go here. Now we're getting something, but not really. Because that just doubles up my mic. Which is less than ideal. Let me just fix that back real quickly, back to Reaper. Gosh, I just realized how I can do this now. Try something here real quickly. Does that work? Does this work? Or is it just gonna be weird? No, that's not doing it. That broke something. What did that break? Let me try this again real quickly here. We did that. That does something. Hold on. There we go. Now you can hear it. But so now y'all can hear what that's what the modular is doing, by the way. So let me show you that real quickly. What that looks like again. So this is what it looks like, what you're hearing right now. That's VCV rack, the modular synth I was talking about that you're hearing. So I got that to work. I can't hear it, but I know what it sounds like. So that just gives you an idea of, what's going on there with the VCV rack. So let me turn that off now. Now that y'all have heard that, let me turn that off because that gives you an idea, of what it's supposed to sound like. I don't know why it wasn't coming through when I was doing other things just now. But for whatever reason, it wasn't. Okay. Yeah, that's all good now. That's all good now. So... back to it, I guess, then. Back to it. Just close that since I'm not using that. And we should be good to go now. We just stop the modular because I'm not running that anymore. And back to the fight now. Back to the fight now. Now that we've actually taken the chance to actually see what's going on with the modular and how all of that works. Because I thought that was just an interesting little experiment. Back to the actual boss fight now. There we go. Ugh. Oof. Okay. Boss is basically just I'm you but stronger. Understood. Ugh. Oh, if I had parried those daggers, that would have actually worked really well there. Ugh. Now it's actually kind of frustrating now. Ugh. Bad on both parries there. Damn it. It's a good thing, like I said, we don't have anything to lose at this point. So we could just keep running this now. But man, this is gonna be annoying. You can tell from here. Ugh, too late on that parry. There we go. Oh! Oh! Got parried ourselves there. Oof. That was bad. Oh, too early on that one. We got the dagger parry, but they just, teleported right through it. Ugh. It's probably kind of trapped us, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Ugh. Are they gonna pull back? Ah, too early. I'm too late. Oof. Gotta remember, they also parry. Ooh. There we go. Too early? There we go. Way too early on that parry that I wasn't able to follow up afterwards. Damn. Whew. But I'm gonna get this I'm gonna get this motherfucker one way or another. Ah! Whew. Ah! That's why the spacing is important there, because otherwise they have way too short of a distance to cross. You gotta remember that. Oh, they're trying to parry me. Oh, they weren't gonna pull back. Okay. Oh. Nope. Okay. Ooh. No. Okay. Getting there though. It's just very slow. And there's nothing about this boss that feels cheap is the other thing. They're just hard. Which I kind of like, actually. Oh! Oh, new phase! Okay. Ow! Okay, their second phase is gonna be nasty. I can already tell from here. Their second phase is gonna be nasty, and that's assuming they don't have a third that, you know, ramps things up even further after that. Oof. Let's see. Let's see. Ah. Ooh, that was bad. That was bad. I should have pulled back there so I had some spacing to work with. But of course that goes against everything I want to do, like, instinctively. So that is not easy for me to do. Let's also try switching back over to the dual swords instead of the axes. I like the axes, but I have a feeling the dual swords move is going to be easier to incorporate into actual fighting, an actual fight here. Oh, especially if I don't do that. Especially if I don't do that. I wonder if we're gonna get the katana after we beat them or not. That might be kind of fun, actually. Ooh, that might be kind of fun, actually. beautiful. Ah, sloppy. Ooh, gotta watch out for their parry as well. That's gonna be the thing there. All right, let's try that again. Ah, too late. Again, too late on that one. Whoo, because again, I'm trying so hard not to flinch that I end up parrying late, which doesn't really help me. All right, let's try that again. Ugh. We got really close that last couple of times ago, though. You know, I'm trying to at least get to their second phase again. Too late. Like, we can get to their second phase. I know I can get to their second phase because I've done it. So we gotta do it. We gotta do it again. Also, though, that was a total waste. Stop here for a second. It probably won't matter much, but I want to see if I have anything with better fire damage, fire protection. I do have some things with better fire protection. And we just look kind of silly, but I like it, actually. I do like the look of that. It's kind of silly, but I like the look of that. I don't know how much it's going to matter because they're still just doing big damage anyways. But hey, it's worth trying something. Oof, ow. There we go. Too early? Ugh. I could see how that was too early right as it hit me, too. Like, right as it hit me, I could see how that one was not gonna work. Oops, yeah, no, that one wasn't gonna work either. At least, like I said, at least they're not making us do the whole prison break section again every time we lose this fight, because that would suck. I hated that prison break section. Too early. Ugh. That one is a bitch to parry because of how fast it is. Ugh. It's probably, I mean, it's definitely doable, but ooh, it's a pain to do. Ooh, it is a pain to do, I can tell from here. So let's see. Oh, that was sloppy. Too early. Ugh. Way too early on that one. Ooh. Too early. Okay. Ooh, way too early, way too late. Fuck. Got greedy there, got punished. Damn it. It's like we're getting somewhere, but it's back and forth, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. There we go. Almost at the second phase. There we go. All right, second phase time. Oh, and then they just kill us immediately. Okay. They just kill us immediately as soon as we go to the second phase. Gee, oh, they do a lot of damage. Like, damn. Sloppy. Very sloppy. That fast, you know, combo of theirs is just brutal to try and deal with, though. Especially because once they, you know, you have to parry the first attack, because otherwise you're not gonna have enough time. Okay. There we go. There we are. Whew. Ah, too late on that parry. But progress is being made, and that counts for something. That definitely counts for something. Progress is being made, it's just not quick. We're getting more consistent. And that's the main thing. Even if greed still gets me often. Still gets me pretty badly. Also, I realize if we're the thing to be with the dagger throw is to be really close. It's risky, but you get triple the damage if you are. Oof. Ooh. Ah, too early. Again? No, too late on that one. Okay. Too late on that one, too early on the one before. There it is. Too late, too early. There it is. There it is again. Woo! And another one. Ooh! There it is! I was saying before about the triple damage on the dagger parry. Ooh! Now we gotta start learning their second phase attacks. This is gonna be the process, really. I'm trying to figure this part out. And that's again, assuming there isn't a third phase where things get really nasty. Yeah, I see you. I see you. Hitting him with the Roy Mustang snap. Such a satisfying move. All right, second blade's coming out. Ah! Ooh, the parries on that, like I said, that's got me kind of frantic. That had me kind of frantic there. Ugh. And thank you for that, mechanic. Yeah, I'll get that for it. I'll do that and take that in just a minute. Ugh. All right, let's take care of that, like you said. Or are we going for the next round of this? All right, let's try that again now. I said this is all about consistency is what this is about right now. Ah! Nope, too early. Too early on that parry. Ah, sloppy. No. Seriously, that fast, like, you know, it doesn't seem like much, especially compared to some of the other attacks. Just that quick 3 combo, though, that they do is one of the nastier attacks just because you have so little time to decide what you're gonna do. Bleh. Fuck. There we go. Now they're punishable. Fuck. Ah, too early. Not too late, I mean. And that was sloppy. That was just sloppy. Bleh. Also, though, ads coming up, so if you need to stretch, grab a drink, etc., now's gonna be the time to do it. I'll see y'all once they are over. And we are back. So let's get back into it now, shall we? We're getting somewhere with this fight. It's not quick, but we're getting somewhere with this fight, which is the main thing. Should have tried for the parry there instead. Like that. There we go. That's what we're looking for right there. Ah. Too early? Way too early on that one, actually. That's what we're looking for right there. Come on. Too early. Oh, I see you there. I see you there. No. We're getting pretty consistently through their first phase. Like, not all the way through it, but taking a pretty consistent chunk out of their first phase, which is good. Too early. Way too late. Wow, those two just immediately, one after the other, will just always kill you. That just hurts. That really does just hurt. Oh. And the dodging those is also really not that viable of an option either. Ooh, you really do just have to parry that first attack, which is such a pain in the ass to do with how quick it is. Because otherwise that happens. But that one is so hard to parry because, like I said, how quick the first one is. You feel like you can't, so you get tucked into a dodge trap. But you can't dodge quick enough. There we go. All right, that should be their second phase. Whew. Sloppy, but we got him. Ugh. Yeah, the second that one is gonna be weird because the windup from it is super long. And I've mentioned before, stuff that has a super long windup is almost as bad as stuff that has basically no windup in terms of parrying. No. Too early, fuck. Too early again. Ah, too early. Too late. Like I said, that long windup just fucks with you. Like psychologically. I hate it. Too early. Too early again. Too late. Actually, I don't know. Was that too late or too early? It was definitely off, though. The timing on that parry was definitely off. That's the main thing that matters. Is the timing of that parry was off. Same for that one. And that one. Just off timings all around. Oh, too early. That's what we're looking for. Slop. Ooh. Lucky on that one. That was blind luck. All right, they're pulling the second sword out. Whew. Blind luck on that one as well. Ugh. That was like a must parry. Fuck. I don't know, Dr. Anime. Unfortunately, I don't know. Too early. And too late. I'm trying to be close to them for that because, like I said, if you're closer, you get like you can parry all three of them, it does more damage. But, ooh, it's risky. No. Too early! Too early again! Oh my god, I'm flinching again. I'm spam parrying, trying to catch them, instead of actually watching their cues. Why? They have very visible cues. I should try following them. See? Well, most of them do anyways. Most of their attacks have very visible cues. Some of them not so much. Or at the very least the cue sucks. All right, second sword's coming out. That one is just brutal to try and parry. That one is just brutal. Too early! Ah! Didn't get up fast enough. Too early. Again, too early. I'm spam parrying again. I need to stop doing that because every time I spam parry, it doesn't work. Oh, good. I was able to interrupt that one. I was a little worrying there. Too early. Ah. Whew. Oh. That's the attack that sucks. Because the timing on it is so fast. Too early. Lucky there. That one was actually knowing what I was doing, kinda. Ah, too early. Again, too early. Too early. Ugh. I'm really glad we have not seen any like repeat bosses, which I know is a problem with a lot of these kind of games. Too early on that parry. Yes, I have. Yes, I have, Dr. Anime. It's a hard boss. That's what happens on a hard boss. You die a lot. You die a lot on hard bosses. That's what happens. It's also why I haven't gone back to Dark Souls despite Mechanic Cat's incessant mention of it, because Ornstein and Smough annoyed the shit out of me. Well, it's that, and also the fact that Dark Souls would crash pretty much constantly. It was both of those things, basically. It was Dark Souls pretty much crashed non-stop, and Ornstein and Smough annoyed the shit out of me. Like, it wasn't so much that they were hard, it's that they were annoying. They became tedious in a way that I was just not willing to continue with after a certain point. And also because I realized, you know, I never wanted to do the Dark Souls stream solo. It was like a thing I had going with Varag. And then our schedules kind of stopped lining up and it got weird. So that was another thing as well. Was that. And I just not wanted to go back to it because a boss that is annoying plus a game that basically crashes if you even think of tabbing out. It's not something you want to come back to. Too early. I don't know if that was too early or too late, but again, timing was off. I'm also just not a big fan of duo bosses. I think is the other thing I learned from that. I really don't like duo bosses, in no small part because you get hit from off angles that end up feeling cheap. Yeah, you get hit by off angles that end up feeling like cheap shots, especially if you're trying to kill Smaug first because there's like a specific item you want that you can only get if you kill Ornstein second. That was another thing that didn't help. All right, second sword's coming out. Here we go. Ah! I don't think I actually, okay, I think I missed the parry button there. I think that I missed the parry button there. It's like, I saw that one coming and I didn't hit the button because my finger slipped. I hate duo bosses. I can only really do duo bosses when I have, when I'm highly mobile. I'm talking like Armored Core for answer mobile, which you're very much not here. It's like, so like duo bosses and stuff like that really only works for me when you are highly mobile, or rather, when there isn't an enormous mobility difference between the player and the bosses in the boss's favor. That's something I think I'm generally not fond of as well. Is when there is an enormous mobility difference between you and a boss, again, in the boss's favor, to the point where it feels like you're playing Mech Warrior and they're playing AC for answer, which, I mean, that's putting aside my own, not favorable opinion of the Mech Warrior series for a second, just for comparison's sake. never got the mentality of the strength main, I guess. It's just valorizing slowness in a way that, I guess, again, because of my own background, just always felt strange. Oh, that was bad. That was a bad idea. Yeah, stick with the dual blades for sure. We're not going to be able to do swap combos here, and the dual blades do more consistent damage, especially because we have pumped so much into Dex. We are very much a Dex primary build. We have some secondary strength, but not much. Ugh. Like I said, very much a Dex primary build in a way that does not work, just does not work well for us with using a strength weapon on bosses. Ah! No. Bleh. Come on. We can get there. Ugh. I'm wondering if the thing to do there is, if we know that's coming, switch to the shield. Although, I don't like that. I don't like that because that gives them basically free hits on us, even if it does reduce the damage. And I very much don't like the idea of giving an enemy just chances to hit me. Also, it's very hard to see that one coming anyways, so... Oh, we got him though. Okay, we still got the stab off. I was wondering if we're gonna be able to, because we kind of did get a little greedy there. Are they gonna pull the second sword out? Yep. And we fucked up the parry. We fucked up the parry royally. I said, it's just all about failing our way to success. That is what this boss is all about, is failing our way to success. Mm-mm. Ooh, got him there at the end. It wasn't pretty, but we did it. All right, second blaze out. Oh, yeah, that's the one that just kills you. You don't get the parry on it. Oof. Oh. Made the same mistake from earlier where I start spam parrying because I'm panicking for whatever reason. I need to stop doing that. Nope. It's gonna sound weird, but I almost want to have, you know, the only thing I know for real playing during this fight, just because it feels like it would fit. All right, second phase. Ooh, sloppy. Way too early on that one. Would love to know what this stuff actually is supposed to be. You know, I do wonder if we're ever going to find the answer to that question of like, what is the mud? I mean, I have a guess. Considering everything that it's capable of doing. But I do think it would be interesting to see if we ever do get like a proper explanation of where it came from. Not to mention, it seems like there are some old things we found about Necros. has been wondering. Yeah, it looks like they're supposed to be like old world documents. Ah! Ooh, saved it. Saved it somehow. Okay, railgun is not very good here, or at the very least it doesn't feel very good, so maybe switch back over to lightning bolt. So one of the things I'm thinking. Because that was at least doing something. And it doesn't trap us in a really awkward spot the way that the flamethrower does. Not to mention, I don't think that that was doing much damage either. Oh, too early. Ah, way too early. Way too early again. I'm getting better about not spam parrying though, even if my timing is off. Too early. Ooh, way too early on that one. Too late. Ah, too late. I am actually attempting to read the animations though, and that is a big thing. Yeah, seriously, that attack kind of sucks. That attack kind of sucks. And it's entirely because, like I said, your first instinct is to dodge because, oh, it's too fast to parry. But then you realize the timings on dodging that are so awful that you need to parry it. Ah, too early. Too early again. There we go. All right, we're in their second phase now. Ooh, that was sloppy and total blind luck. Ugh. Bad. But we got to the second phase again, and we're starting to learn how to parry those second phase attacks, which is just as important. Even if that one was total blind luck. Okay, I was gonna say, like, above the second sword? Not yet. Now they are. Oh, terrible, terrible timing on those parries. I think those were kind of spam parries as well, to be fair. It's part of why they were so bad. Ah, too early. Oh, that was completely the wrong thing to do there. Did I miss the button? Felt like I missed the button there. No. There we go. All right, second phase. Ugh. Punish during the heal. Fuck. All right, come back down again. No. Ah! All right, second sword's coming out. Nope. Down. Oh, that spin is such a long wind up on it. Ugh. There's what we were looking for. Ah, bad, bad. No. Ugh, that's the one that sucks. Because again, like I said, it's so fast, you feel like you can't parry it and you're obligated to dodge. But then when you dodge, it's a trap. Too early. Nope. All right, second phase. Oh, that was so sloppy. Got enough health to survive that one. It does kind of work. But if you don't, it just sucks. All right, second sword's out. And we're dead. Oh, no, we're okay. We're still okay. Now we're dead. Okay. We're getting somewhere with it. It's just like I said, it's taking a while. Kind of, you know, like I said, failing our way to success. Too late. Ugh. like I said, that one, if you can survive like the first 2 hits, is all right to parry. But yeah, if you can't survive those first 2 hits, it just sucks because they're super quick and they throw you into a dodge trap. Too early? All right, Blitz second sword's out. We're in the second phase. Way sloppy on that one. Though it does seem like dodging the first swing and then trying to parry the slam is going to be more consistent once I can get the timing right. Unless the slam isn't parryable, in which case, well, shit. Too late. We're gonna get through this damn fight, though, is the thing. For the end of the night, we're gonna get through this damn fight one way or another. Too early? Way too early. Too early on both of those. Too early? Whew. Too late? There we go. Too early again. Also, why we want to stay close to them? I noticed, like, if we aren't close to them, even when if we parry the dagger throw, they just jump through it and hit us. So yeah, we definitely do want to stay close to them, even though it is risky for certain attacks. Because it opens us up to that, for example. And I have made my opinion on that attack very well known at this point. That one gets me spam parrying still. Ugh. I hate that attack. Because you basically have to sit and take it for the first two, otherwise you're gonna get caught in a dodge trap. Which is really hard when you're not at full health. You either have to parry the first attack or sit and take it for the first two in order to parry the third. Neither of which is particularly desirable. Too early. Shut up, Twitch. I don't care about your shitty ads. Okay, worth noting we can just proactively do that. Ugh. But you're gonna make people watch that fucking Christy Noam ad, aren't you, Twitch? Really, there's only one response to that one I have, and I'm not gonna say it here. Let's fuck that ad. See what I mean about that combo though? It's like where the first two are really awkward to parry, so you kind of have to wait for the third one, which means you basically give them free hits. Oh, god damn it! I accidentally did the thing where I held the button and chose the other thing that I don't want. That I don't want instead of the parry. And now I have to relearn how to do all of that again, I bet. Because that's like mentally fucking with me. Ugh, too early. I do wonder if we're going to be able to get that weapon off of them afterwards. either from here or by going to what's his name, the robot, for the boss weapons. Depending on how it scales, I might try it. That's the thing I'm thinking, is depending on how it scales, I might try it. But also, unfortunately, ads are actually gonna start now, so that I don't have to deal with Twitch. Be like, no, let them watch their ad, no. So, unfortunately, like I said, gonna do that. If you need a chance to grab a drink, stretch, etc., now's gonna be the time to do it, and I will see y'all once it is over. are back now, so let's get back into it then. This boss ain't gotta fight itself after all. So, once again, into the breach. Fucked up that third parry. Like I said, you basically have to get that third parry because the first two are super quick and just awkward to try and get. You could maybe dodge them, but I don't know how the animation lines up on that, and the timing on that's gonna be really unpleasant. Nope. We're getting there, though, is the thing. We are like I said, we've kind of taken some steps back. Kind of what it feels like, anyways. Shit. Kind of just feel like we're taking a step back, though. And I blame it on the fact that we had that accidental swap out from the parry earlier. That, like I said, it's just kind of fucked with me mentally. So let's see if we can get back over that block. There it is. Ooh, in a row. And another. All right, second sword's coming out in the second phase. Actually, might be better to parry that first attack than try to go for the slam. Even though that was just sloppy. Ugh. Shouldn't have tried to heal there. We had it and we could have gone for the parry if I hadn't been healing in the middle of it. That was actually that was a really good run there, is the thing. We just need to not spam parry, which is a very bad habit of mine. No, actually read the cues. Try and get somewhere with it. Ugh. Whew. Oh, gotta remember we can counter parry. So attacking the parry while dangerous isn't necessarily worthless. Ooh. But it does have a very slow wind up, which is gonna be annoying to deal with. Gotta stop doing it too early. Ugh! Hate that attack so much. I hate that attack so goddamn much. Especially because it just royally fucks with the rest of my parry timing. Because I'm just waiting for that one to come out. And that's the one that gets me to spam parry. Because I'm expecting that one. Ah, too early. What the hell? Why did it tap me out there? That was strange. Ugh. Why did it just like almost randomly tab me out there though? That's the thing. Again, like I said before, I hate that move so much. Like, I'm almost willing to hit the parry to force them into a slower attack than deal with that one. Because they do seem to like to do that one once the parry, if the parry was broken. Yep, there we go. That was just bad. That was greed and just sloppiness in general. Because I'm trying to rush through the first phase. And that leads to that. This fight feels like a turn-based game in disguise. That's the only way I can describe it. It really does. It very much, a lot of the attacks feel like there's just the boss saying, wait your turn. And I think that's kind of why it's getting to me. Because I hate when a fight says, wait your turn. Like, you're not a turn-based game. Why are you telling me to wait? Huh? Why are you telling me to wait? You're not a turn-based game. I will not wait until you allow me to attack. I'm going to make my opportunities. This is why I like the parry so much as well. It kind of feels like it's related to that sort of mindset of, I'm not going to wait until you let me do something. I'm gonna make an opportunity. That's why I like parry so much in general, I think. Like this, Metal Gear Rising, Nier, the good parts of Nier Automata, although that was a dodge rather than a parry, still kind of applied the same logic. It's very much a case of, I'm not going to wait until you let me do something. I'm gonna make you let me do something. I wanted to play a turn-based game. I play a turn-based game. I guess that's sort of the approach I have to it. Ah, just survived that. Oh, lost lock on them, and that definitely fucked with us there. Because we were doing the slower roll instead of the dodge. Ugh. Ugh. Getting closer and closer to being able to consistently reach the second phase. Of course, that's when things are going to get interesting. Too early on that. Because I was expecting the other one where it's the fast swings. That's why I take particularly offense to that attack so much, I think, is because it's very much a wait your turn attack. Because of how fast those first two swings are. All right, second sword's coming out. Sit. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Did not think I was gonna get that one. Oh! What I said before about third phase? I think I may have been onto something with that prediction. Oh, we got her! We got her! Blader returned. Huntress mask. Train pass. Ooh. Let's see what this mask does. Modified from the head of a robot, it completely covers the wearer's face. Really good fire, electricity, and piercing protection. Oh, it actually does look pretty cool, too. And no, I don't like that. Okay. Back to the rabbit set, because that is just such a versatile setup. Let's go see if they have anything to say, considering how the boss bladers tend to work. Unless they're not gonna be here. Keep an eye out for her, though. Or she might be. No? Okay. I guess not. What's her... Oh, there is a stairway over there, though. She might be over that way. Worth looking, anyways. Just a curiosity on my part to see if I can find her or not. Okay, that's not an accessible door. This doesn't really lead anywhere that we can get to. There was a luminous diamond there, so it was worth coming this way. Kinda, anyways. I'm betting if we go down that way, it'll lead us across there, though. Let's see if I'm right or not.
Calm down. What happened? Why would I lock you up?
Yeah.
Masked person still around?
No, I whooped her ass.
She's gone.
What about the top?
Adremalek.
You
No, I don't know anything. What's going on with him and his
know
robot?
anything.
What is he doing with the robot? Also, can we go through here, or is this just completely inaccessible? Oh, this is accessible! Haha, goodbye, bot. Takes us into a rift. Interesting. But once we see what's on the other side of this rift, I think this is where we're gonna end for tonight. Yeah, this is where we're gonna end for tonight. So, go back out to the other side. Unless it won't let us. It will let us. Okay, good. Go back out to the other side. Let's go see who's on we can raid into, shall we? Especially at this hour. Oh, hey, Koki's playing Masquerade, Bloodlines. Let's see, what else is there? Abigail playing Pikmin. Kiwi doing Resident Evil. Pun playing Alien Isolation. Yeah, let's go see what the frog is up to. Let's go see how the frog is, what the frog's doing in Bloodlines, shall we? As always, you want to see what I'm doing off stream and whatever else? These are all the places you can find me. Oh, wait, no. That's why I had to put it in right. There we go. And considering the OBS crashed and that kind of just cut off YouTube early, I don't have to worry about that. But let me just grab the raid message. There we go. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I guess there really is only one thing left to say, considering what time it is, and that we're coming to an end here. And I think you know what it is.
Good night.